Hi there, good morning. Welcome along to another day here at the MODUS Super Series, and it is Wednesday, which means, of course, that we will find out our first finalist at the end of this session. The players have been battling it out across a couple of days, and we look like we've got a two-horse, maybe a three-horse race. Here's what happened yesterday. Sven's struggles continued, as despite the odd moment of quality, such as this clean 116 checkout, Verdonk only got one victory for the second day on the spin. Fellow Belgian John Desremo also only recorded one win, beating his countryman to pick up his only 2 points of the day. That pair are effectively condemned to Group C, along with Mark Barilli, the Scotsman, also recording just a solitary win on Tuesday. Robert Thornton and Mike Warburton produced the game of the day by far, the Thorn averaging 106 in one of two defeats that have left him in third place, leaving a battle between the top two. Warburton, who was unbeaten yesterday, and Jeremy Fagg, the king of the 1-2-6, who has won 4 of 5 games both days, hitting this checkout 3 times along the way. Yeah, Glenn's been here watching. Glenn Durrant, former Premier League champion. Of course, that's coming to an end as well soon. And your team are trying to get in the Premier League, so we'll try and distract you from that.
Yeah, don't mention
that. But on the darts, Jeremy Fagg has... They've been coming for him, but he's stayed there, hasn't he, at the top of the table? He's
a very impressive individual. The Australians have a wonderful mentality. I've spent a couple of years sat with Damon Heta, and they just have that winning mentality. He looks very consistent, and it's going to take someone to play very, very well today to beat him.
Well, let's have a look at the table and see who can catch him. I mean, there are actually only 2 players that can mathematically. Robert Thornton and Mike Warburton. Obviously, Mike on the same points. He made his move yesterday with 5 wins.
Yeah, and that's part of Mike Warburton's game. He is also capable of having a really poor day as well. So consistency is key for me, for Jeremy. I would normally rule out the person in third place, but it's Robert Thornton. He is the class actor, that's 6 players, and he very comfortably could win his 5 out of 5 and go to 22 points. That means that someone else has got to win 4 out of 5. It's still a very interesting and intriguing day. I can't wait.
It was a good day yesterday. We had that brilliant performance, well, that brilliant match between Warburton and Thornton. Let's have a look at the numbers from day 2. And the highest winning average was that of Jeremy Fagg, but what we don't see there is a 106 from Thornton. He actually lost that game.
Yeah, it's by far the best game I've been involved with MODUS Super Series, but look at that overall average, just shy of 90. It's a really good group, a very competitive group. There's not an awful lot between them. It could just be a little bit of magic here and there, which is going to be the difference.
And Jeremy Fagg, it showed that 1-2-6 checkout again. He's hit it 3 times. Do you ever get in a position where you keep hitting a finish like that? It just gives you a good feeling when that's a number in front of you.
Yeah, in commentary, I usually say 1-1-2 and 1-1-6. They're the types of finishes that players like. It's one that we practice a lot, 1-0-1. But the 1-2-6 is always about the treble 19, and usually if that one goes in, you're going to get a shot at the bull, or in Jeremy Fagg's case, the double 6. But yeah, he's been lethal on that.
Right, let's see how the bookies see it today. The outright betting for the group, there are only 3 contenders. They're the only players that can win it. Nothing between the top 2. But as you said, don't rule out Robert Thornton.
Yeah, anybody else, I would, Robert Thornton for me is a guy who can easily go 5 out of 5. But you've got to look at them top 2. What's very interesting, the final game for the pair of them, as a neutral, is them playing each other. Fingers crossed it goes down to that.
Yeah, let's hope so. Well, let's have a look at what you've gone for today as well. Does us tips maybe a little bit shorter with the odds today? You're just desperate to get it right, aren't you?
Yeah, I think I've had a couple of 12-1 and they've all been rubbish. So I've gone for some very big wins for Jeremy against Mark Barilli, Mike Warburton to beat John Desmero, and John Desmero against Fagg. Once again, Fagg a big win in that match too.
Barilli plays Jeremy Fagg in the second game. The first match is John Desmero against Sven Verdonk. For those 3 players who know they're going to be in Group C realistically, how should they approach today?
Yeah, like I said, we've all seen what happens in the MODUS Super Series and that marathon or a sprint, and it's really important to go into tomorrow with some wins under your belt. I actually think the one who struggled the most is Mark Barilli. He had a couple of moments on the Monday and he looked really disappointed when I went in the players area. I think for Sven, he's a guy who's not sure where his game is at, but he seems to be getting better. If he can just get his technique right, just a little bit quicker on that first start. And for John Desmarais, I feel like he's really enjoyed the week, and we could still see the best of John to come. Just get up there, get 3 wins out of the 5, and take that momentum into Group C tomorrow.
And finally, who wins the group?
Jeremy Fagg, I said on Monday. I'm going to stick with that.
There we go. Glenn's made his choice. He will be talking you through the action today. He's going to head downstairs to join Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Very good morning, everyone. Welcome to Wednesday here at the MODUS Super Series, where we're going to put our first player into finals night on Saturday evening. It is advantage to the Australians, but it is the Battle of the Belgians that is going to kickstart day 3 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, Sven Verdonk and John Desmarais are the 2 players at the bottom of the Group A table. They met in the penultimate game of yesterday's action. It was Desmarais who ran out a 4-2 victor in that. For today, well, their chances of qualifying for Group B are pretty much laid on the fact that Desmarais probably has to win every game and hope that Thornton has a bit of a wobble. As for Verdonk, it's going to be a campaign pretty much in Group B, you'd expect. Group C, you'd expect. So today's going to be the type of day where he's just going to try and draw out as much as he possibly can.
To throw first.
Try and build some confidence going into tomorrow. Danny McNamara is our referee for all of the action today. And here's the killer bee who gets us underway. What stings are going to be in the tail over the next 15 games, I wonder. It is Jeremy Fagg and Mike Warburton who'll be battling it out for top honours over the course of the day. Well, joining me here in the commentary box is probably the most nervous man in Portsmouth right now, but that's not because of the darts. It's a very good morning to Glenn Turrett.
I'm also very nervous about walking through that players area. Them Does tips haven't gone down well today. Mark Borelli said, I'm going to prove you wrong as he walked through there. So it was like the wall of death there, walking through that.
What was also interesting, when the slide went up on the bookmakers odds. Now, first of all, I've never actually seen a Group A final day where there's only been 3 players in the odds market. But when Robert Thornton saw
60.
the odds that he was, I could audibly hear through the walls his reaction.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of players. This is nice from John.
140.
Yeah, there's a lot of players where you would disregard them being 4 points behind going into the final day. But like I said, Robert Thornton is the class act no matter what happens today, tomorrow, next week, next month. If these 6 players ever got together, then Robert Thornton will always be the headline act. But he hasn't been at his best this week. You know, let's not, argue
66.
about it. He hasn't been anywhere near what he can do. And Jeremy's been extremely consistent. And the magic's been from Mike Warburton. Yes, it is. The magic today going to come from Desmarais, the way that first dart went in. But we've talked an awful lot this week about John Desmarais. He has got that 5-1, the way he snaps that dart through. If you just the timing, and if he has that little bit of a late release, you'll see many of his darts going in the 5. But 24 after 12, there was a lot of waffle between the 2 Belgians between them.
John, you require
But right
24.
now, it's Desmarais for double 12.
Well, 5 is it leg to start. It'll be a proficient beginning to the day. Down he goes for double V. Now he's got options here because Verdonk isn't on a finish.
21.
Decided to go straight for it. Went inside. Right call or not?
I think at this stage they're looking for a big 100 average, 95 plus average to get them the momentum to go in tomorrow. I think on his mind there was his
95.
average. And that's one of the sad realities about darts these days. I have a funny feeling he just wants a lay statement down rather than that win-loss scenario. And that is a great start.
John Desmarais.
Despite them 3 missed darts are going around the board. A nice 17 dart opener. But I think that's the players of today, Henry, the fact that on their mind, rather than thinking of the percentages, he's thinking of his numbers prior to there, because I was asked the question on the balcony there from Chris Murphy, what have these 2 players got to play for? I tell you what, Sven is playing quicker.
60.
And boy, was he messaging me last night. I thought I was in, because I have been critical about Sven and the pace that first start, but he just wanted to correct a few things. I can confirm he is 47. 46. I've been calling him a 59-year-old all week, so he did. And you notice that Czech Republic flag at the back? Well, that is a reason for that one, is because of his girlfriend is Jana. And she's from the Czech, and that's why he has the flag there. So well spotted, Henry. And that's
60.
the reason behind it. So they do watch back the games, is the point I'm trying to make there. And I tell you what, Sven is playing 5 to 7 seconds quicker than he has all week.
They're watching the games back. We better be careful what we say.
136.
You're all good players. We like you all. But in all seriousness, it is a case of we look at the games constructively. And the good thing about day 3 is we've got a really good guide of where players are at.
100.
We can look at what their best game is, what their worst game is, but what the 3 games in the middle correlate to. And by this point in the week, we can have a look at trends and we can give you the best possible tips, advice and analysis at home,
140.
because we've got reams and sheets of data now on these players to analyse them the best possible way. And I remember when Jack Main was here in Series 3, it was myself and Chris Mason in the commentary box, and I think that was, for him, the biggest week of his
119.
career in terms of, I think it taught him a lot of things. It taught him a lot of things. He listened to a lot of advice that Chris and I had to say in the commentary box, and he took it very constructively. And that's all we're going to be in the commentary box, is very constructive in our points that we try to make.
Yeah, I'm happy giving praise, but I also sit here because I can give that critical eye as well. And what I will say, John Desmarais has started beautifully, but that is not the first time we've made that
100.
statement this week. On Monday
Johnny
morning,
Roquar,
he
42.
came out with a 95 plus average, and we thought this is the week for John Desmarais. It's double 16 and a beautiful 14 darter to complement that 17 dart opener.
26.
So the only thing wrong right now with John's
Johnny
game, he'd be
Roquar,
critical of himself,
62.
is the execution of the double so far. For Donk, you look for treble 10. For double 16.
30.
Yeah, you've got to be very careful with some of
Johnny
the
Roquar, 16.
finishes, because people's finishes have changed so much over the years. I mean, treble 10s are natural, especially when you're going for double 16 with his last dart.
Game shot on the second leg, John Desmarais.
Lovely 17 darter again. John Desmarais has come out the blocks today. His scoring's been excellent
Third leg,
so
John
far.
to throw first.
5 scores of 100
Game on.
and 2 140s as well. Just missing a 180, and that's the only thing with John. With this throw that he has, it's barely, there's just no pullback
43.
whatsoever. So when he's releasing that dart very early, you'll see it go in the 1. When he's seen it doing it really late, where your brain's already through your dart and you've still got it in your hand, you'll see it go in the 5.
But this is seemingly the trend with
45.
John Desmarais. He gets at the traps very well. But is it typical of a B that once it stings, it can, well, perhaps not have that same vigour? Because what we can look at in terms of trends is, on day 1, he started off with that 93.43 average. He then dovetailed down to an 87.6. Now, that is a drop of, well, it's a drop of 8 points in the average. If you actually look at yesterday's
42.
performances from game 1 to game 2, it was a drop of 15 points in the averages. So he's starting off days quite well, but it's now backing it up over the course of 5 matches in a day.
84.
I'm a big fan of the Sven Verdonk shirt today. Looks like a wasp. It's like the bee versus the wasp. But yeah, I'm sure, like I said, people go back. It's the finish here around about 2 o'clock today.
85.
And then they're back here in the morning. So, you know, there's that analytic view from a lot of the players. You know, when I was getting messages last night from Sven, you know, they're clearly watching the clips that the MODUS Super Series put out
98.
on social media. And for John Desmarais, he'll be trying to work out, he'll have a strategy. Why am I coming out quickly, but fading throughout the day? And like I said, and that's the one thing about when you're on debut here at the MODUS Super Series, you can work and
39.
get better
Johnny Roquar,
as your experience comes being here.
136.
So 136 for a 3-0 lead, and he's going to get 6 from here. He'd love a turn or something requisite to it, and he's going to get exactly
96.
that perfect setup to leave himself on tops for a 3-0 lead, averaging 89.5. And that's despite missing 6 darts at double in the first couple of legs. But he's not really been put under pressure
55.
by his compatriot.
Johnny Roquar, 40.
I'm just going to try and analyse that last 3 darts from Sven, and I'm going to put you in the mind, I believe, where he's at right now.
Game
This is a great start from John Desmarais. He's, like I said, he'll want something to kick in from tomorrow. So he knows his game's there. You know, very beautiful 90 average here, very solid, very professional.
Game on.
And doing a real job on Sven. But Sven's last 3 darts there were so quick. So quick. I strongly believe and firmly believe he's just trying things out to get the optimum ready for Group C.
55.
Maybe not them 3 darts, but definitely quicker than Monday and Tuesday. But his final 3 there were around about 5 or 6 seconds. So it's good for Sven. He's just working out. He's just trying to get that rhythm. But for John
60.
right now, he's planning his attack for Group C for tomorrow.
This is effectively a training day. You want to pick up points, you want to pick up wins. But this is not their battle now. Their battle is tomorrow and Friday.
100.
If they can stop someone from winning the group, that will feel nice. But their intention today is to make sure they get themselves ready for their assault in Group C.
Yeah, as a neutral. That final game for Jeremy Fagg and Mike Wartman's where they play each other. I wonder if it comes down to that, because I said Mike Warburton went 5 out of 5 yesterday, but he's always got a day in him where he's not at his best.
45.
Whereas Jeremy Fagg, you just feel he's very consistent, isn't he? I still think he feels there's another gear for Jeremy Fagg. John Desmarais has been absolutely superb here.
The averages dictate that. Been a slow start for Sven Verdonk today. He'll be looking to improve. And there was just a little look there as he hit that
26.
single 5. Is that a look of resignation on his face? He's got to keep his head up for the rest of the day, because if you allow game 1 to swallow you, the whole day's going to swallow you. This is cutthroat here.
100.
I also, like I said, I think he's working out what's best for him. And if it means it takes him 20-odd seconds to throw it, he'll do that tomorrow. So I'm actually liking what he's doing.
$90. John, you require 78.
Very solid. A very polished performance,
54.
you have to say, from John Desmarais. One thing he'll look back on in this match is it just needs to be a little bit more deadly when executing that winning double. But apart from that, it's been very, very nice. Averaging exactly 90. And in old money, you would accept that in your first game every day of the week.
So for 4-0 victory, and a commanding one at that.
John, you require
It would
24.
make it back-to-back wins for John Desmarais.
There's that, you know, that release point. He's got that 1 in every 10 darts in him.
For the second successive
Game,
4-0
shot,
win against
and a
Sven
match,
Verdonk in a
John
first
Desmarais.
game of the day. John Desmarais gets the better of Verdonk by 4 legs to 0. On Monday, their first battle was between each other. Desmarais won 4-0 with an impressive average. He does so again here, averaging 87.13. It's a solid start for the day. 4 out of 14 when it came to the doubles. After the break, we're going to see the man at the top of the pile, Jeremy Fagg, in action up against Mark Barilli.
Welcome back. It is the Group A climax here at the MODUS Super Series, and Jeremy Fagg is first to appear in this race to finals night. He faces Mark Barilli. Interesting fact, both of Fagg's defeats in this group have come in his first matches of each day. Meanwhile, Barilli has won his opening game on both days so far. An interesting pattern, and one that Fagg might feel he needs to break to keep hold of that top spot, with Thornton and Warburton playing in the match that follows. Back to Deacon and Durrant to talk you through this one.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, just a couple of interesting pointers to that. I mean, I think if Jeremy could pick a player to play first to stop that, it would be Mark Barilli, because, I mean, I saw Mark at the end of yesterday. Everyone had left the players area and he was sat there with pretty much his head in his hands, and I tried to say to him, look,
Mark to
you've got Group
first.
C to come, Mark. You know, there's no point going in with that attitude. And clearly he went away. And when I seen him this morning, he looked at Does' tips, where I had him to lose heavily in this match.
85.
I said, I'm going to prove you wrong there, Glenn. So it sounds like he's got a bit of a bounce in his step. But for Jeremy, I wonder if it's on his mind that he's lost the first two. But I guess the biggest Barilli supporter right now will be Mike Warburton.
100.
Well, if he wasn't happy about Does' tips, he wouldn't have been happy about what the bookmakers said about him, because he was 2-1 in a two-horse race to win this game. Had Jeremy Fagg on at 4-11 to go and win this particular match. And it's going to be a change of shirt today for Jeremy. And he spoke to me about this last week when he was watching his friend Mal coming. That is his local district dart shirt, his local club that he plays for. And they actually helped funded his trip over from Australia to the UK once he qualified from ADC Oceania. And he said on the Wednesday he was going to wear this shirt as a thank you to them, a tribute to them
44
for helping him, not just in his endeavours here, but his endeavours elsewhere, and for their part in making him a part of this Super Series experience in Series 4.
I'll tell you what, Mark Barilli has got the bit between his teeth right there. I think yesterday's hurt him. And you have to remember, Mark Barilli will be at Lakeside this year for the WDF World Championships. He's not a player who should be sat in 5th place. 2 darts are tops. And we want to put this to bed, because he was
34.
dominant in that leg of dart. And while you're on the up, while you're on that
77.
high, because Jeremy's fighting for every leg right now as he looks to treble 19 for a fat 18. But my favourite term, 1 dart at tops. That is absolutely solid. And there's the obligatory fist pump to go with it, because there's so many connotations because Mark Barilli did look good. And that is just, you can see, you can visually see Mark, that there's the head shake. And if you can do that to Mark, I think it's job virtue done. And it's a breaker throw for Jeremy as well. So that double top there was a big, big dart.
60.
Clinicism at its finest from Jeremy Fagg. 1 dart at tops. When he was trailing in the leg, he takes advantage of it. And it's going to be
45.
Potentially those moments today which will dictate whether he wins the group or not.
Yeah, have a look at the nose on that side view when you see something different
96.
with when Jeremy throws a dart to me. It seems to come backwards. Very upright is Mark. Very solid, but look at the follow through with the arm. Like many of the tall players, take a little flick at the end, and the only one similar to that is Barney. But watch his nose there. Can you see how it's going backwards? Just as he's bringing that dart back, he goes backwards with it. Look at that's not something you see normally with a dart player. But apart from that, that is a very solid and nice throw to watch. Very aesthetically pleasing on the eye. And with Mark, he's just using his height. Just the mechanics of the arm. And at his best, it's all about the follow-through with him. Tell you what else he does. Have a little look at his first finger next to his thumb there. That comes off the dart. And usually the thumb and that first finger usually work in tandem together to give you that power that you need to get a dart to the board. Your other 3 fingers, starting with your little finger, they're your directional fingers to make your dart go straight. All part of the process, I guess, of throwing a dart.
119. Jeremy O'Hara, 149.
Well, Mark Barilli was tying his shoelaces up and he'll be hoping to tie up this match. And he's going to get a go at the 112 to break Jeremy back. And
81.
that's a good recovery the
Record
last dart. Otherwise, that could have
112.
opened up the door of opportunity. 112. He should get a dart now. And it's going to be at tops to level this game up. That's a fantastic finish from Mark Barilli. Both legs being won in 15 darts. Both being won courtesy of clutch last dart in hand at tops.
Game on.
And we are level at 1 apiece. This is a quality encounter.
This is a different Mark Barilli. Something's hurt him overnight, whether he's just coming with a new thought process and he's
47.
overthinking things. He'd be frustrated with that, especially when you do the hard work of the 1-1-2 and then come in and effectively give the throw to your opponent. Trebleless from Fag means Barilli still has control of this leg, based on the fact he's throwing first.
60.
Can you see anything different in Barilli today, or is it just me who's noticing that there's just an extra bounce in his step?
I think there's a feeling that
93.
he should have got more out of this group than what he has got. And sometimes when you get that feeling, you feel like you've got maybe a little bit of a point to prove.
81.
And because of it, you put that natural extra 10% in to make it work, to make it happen. Those are the averages on your screen.
93.
It's an improvement of what we saw at times yesterday, because especially towards the latter half of the session, it was a real struggle for Mark Barilli.
41.
Yeah, he looked a solemn figure at the end. It's never nice to see. I never like to bother people mid-competition, but I couldn't well past him. It was just a touch of the shoulder, and if you want to chat with me, then
60.
Fair enough. And I just said he was really disappointed how he's playing, but I told him that's effectively Group A done. But if you go back negativity, it could affect the way you're playing the Group C there.
100.
And for me, it's arguably because on Monday morning he'd played 2-1-2, beating Robert Thornton in a quality encounter. Then he came up against Sven Verdonk, where he was looking at 3 out of 3, and just the pace of the game beat him. So
60.
I think that sort of that hangover went on just a little bit too long.
There's a little bit of a nod there. He liked that. He'll very much like that setup. It's forced the issue of Jeremy, who has to take this 1-3-5 out of his opponent, staring at tops, has found the bullseye. Just double checking and confirming with the referee. Scored 65.
75.
So,
Marker
tops of Barilli for 2-1.
Game on the
Good dart.
Mark
A 2-1 lead. Solid performance from Mark Barilli, who come out the traps with a bit of a point to prove.
Fourth leg, Jeremy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, then bottom 3 players can play that spoiler role today. It's not a case of Warburton be Fag at the end of the day. So many things can happen and so many things will change. And the person who benefits here if Jeremy loses is Robert Thornton. He suddenly then comes into the equation again if he can come through that big tussle coming up next. Don't miss that one against Mike
100.
Warburton. That could have big effects on what happens in this group.
I walked past the players' room this morning. There was something about Mike Warburton. There was a gleaming smile on the face.
130.
There was a look of a man that feels like he could walk into any room at the minute, play a darts match against anyone and feel as if he can win. That could be dangerous.
Yeah, he's very unruffled. He
doesn't.
The type of character I thought he was. I thought you would see a lot more from him on the hockey, but he's very solid, very fluid.
99.
So, Barilli, 6 darts on 2-2-7 to break the throw of Jeremy Fagger to make it 3-1. Remember, the bookmakers, before this one got underway,
60.
had him as a 2-1 shot in this 2-horse race. But
you saw the shake ahead there, Henry, because he threw 3 fantastic darts, and when you hear it, it's trebleless. It's even worse when you look up and then your opponent's hit 2 treble 20s.
137. Marker 167. 57.
So for
Germany
two
requires
apiece,
70.
really had the opportunity to really make hay in this leg. He hasn't really been able to take advantage of it. Decided to go up. And so that gives him one dart in his hand at the top of the board.
30.
But this time, it can't be found. And so Barilli is back for what would be a second ton topper of the game if he can find the 110, but it's not going to happen this time.
Yeah, you feel you're on a free roll there, and that one hurts because just the one treble needed, but that big one was a killer blow.
31.
And this game looks like it's gone
Jeremy requires
level of
40.
2-2.
He's been so efficient on this target. Double 10. One left in hand.
30.
Remember that moment.
Mercury requires 79.
He doesn't seem to like winning his opening games of the day, and he's effectively give Mark Barilli one dart at tops. Huge
James on the
moments
fourth leg,
in Group A
Mercury.
here after that dart at tops. Right in the middle. Mark Barilli's a walkthrough said, "Does his tips, Glenn? Rubbish." He said, "I'll prove you wrong.
leg, Mark,
I will
to
beat Jeremy
throw
Fagg
first.
first game." I didn't
Game
last
on.
long in there. I went straight out. Didn't really believe him, but there's just something I've saw today. And when he's had that one dart to win a leg, he's done in the first leg. He threw a couple of darts away at the
59.
double. This game could have been over by now. Great start to the day for the Scot.
I hope your Does' tips ain't this bad for the Grand National.
58.
I keep falling at the first fence, don't I? It'd be nice even to get the beaches.
Carry on, you'll get the
41.
chair.
Glenn does a canal turn.
$43.
Incredible statistic. If he loses this game, then his 3 losses have been the first game of the day. But I think it's more credit to Mark Barilli rather than... I mean, Jeremy isn't
95.
averaging what he's capable of averaging, but it's solid. You know, 27, 28 single dart average is solid for the opening. But Barilli's just been shy of 90 average all the way through this.
But at this point, it
56.
becomes a trend. And if he wins Group A, he can't afford to lose the first game on Saturday night. Otherwise, you're in peril.
Yeah, I don't think we think of Saturday night right now because it's just too tough.
99.
But we can talk about Saturday night.
Come and join us. Scan the barcode.
Oh,
Smaller booking fee to see darts like that.
180.
Jeremy Fagg is not beaten just yet.
100. Jeremy require
164.
164.
But his opponent is in a more makeable finish.
The intensity. Just look at the mouth. He's given everything he can, and this is going to be at least a great setup.
94.
These are the
Mercury
types of
require
finishes.
107.
Now it would be for a break of throw for Jeremy. 88 needed. Wow. One dart, a double 14.
93.
Could hear
Jeremy
next door, the
requires
gasp
70.
next door. I think Mike Warburton and Robert Thornton are watching this very closely. The 2 darts, a double 8. That's a big dart from a big player. Big
Game
moments
on the
once
fifth leg,
again.
Jeremy
The fist pump
Fagg.
tells you exactly how he's feeling there. He could have been a beaten man right now. He pats himself. Big respect there to Jeremy
leg
Fagg. He's
Jeremy
not going
to
down here
throw
without a
first.
fight. Mark
on.
Barilli is all about rhythm. He's an excellent front runner. But he's had one dart at double 14. Will that linger? Will that thought stay with him? Because right now, look at this.
140.
He is forcing the issue.
100.
This is what a player of his caliber and quality does. They find ways. And it may have just
23.
completely undone the hard work there.
Yeah, eyebrows raised by Jeremy and eyebrows raised in here as well. I don't think we expected that. He just seemed to be in the zone. There's that flick of the dart there from Mark.
123.
Actually pointing to the ceiling with them fingers there. He needs a treble this visit after that previous visit to 23.
44.
All of a sudden, It's advantage to Marbury. He just looks at the score, starts his plan of attack. 1 treble needed, he's thinking. There's a treble. This will be a bonus.
100.
But he'll take that. He's got advantage in this leg of darts now. For Jeremy, he hit a 180 in the last game just to bring him back into the match. Boy, does he need another one now.
Because it looks like he is going to be staring
100.
defeat square in the face. And as Warburton and Thornton prepare for battle in our next match, we could be seeing a completely different dynamic to the group.
95.
Has set it up for 83 upon his return. All Jeremy can do is hit and hope.
Yeah, the setup play by a lot of the players yesterday were absolutely superb.
100.
Just keeps him involved at 94. Just treble 17 for Borelli. Fat 16. Treble would be nice. Didn't even think as he looks for the bull.
58. Jeremy require 94.
How aggressive will he be, Henry?
Surely he plays it safe, and that was exactly what he did there. It was a dart for the ball, I promise you. So Borelli back for 25.
54.
Still success and to
25.
perhaps upset the apple cart in terms of the bookmakers' odds. He likes the 17 double 4 combination. This is for leg 4. That was for the win.
17.
The squint in the
require
eyes tells
40.
you everything there. And Jeremy Fagg will be thinking, because if you get through a game like this, you'll be thinking maybe the gods are on my side.
Game shot on the 6th
Going
leg.
all the way. Mark Borelli's dictated this whole game. He's been the better player, you felt throughout. But when you get them moments, he missed a double 14 in leg 5.
Game on.
And then 2 darts at double 4. Will it come back and hurt him? That'll feel good, that first treble. For a 140 you feel.
100.
And you can see the response from there. Because when that first dart goes in so sweet, we'll have an indication how Jeremy's feeling right now. And by the look of that first dart, he's up for the challenge.
100.
Take a winner from here, Rich.
Well, the bookies couldn't. They were at the beginning of the leg going 5 to 6 each of 2. They can't split the pair.
100.
And at the minute, they can't be separated from a flurry of tons.
Yeah, that's his worst start when he goes under, so he has to move across to the hockey. He feels like he wants to match that ton.
60.
Ideally, treble 19 was with it, but when you're hearing your opponent go ton, you just want to at least match it. This is excellent from Borelli right now. That's that first dart was perfect for him.
125.
Advantage Borelli.
And he's going to get 6 on 176 to wrap things up. And once again, it's an opening
43.
game to forget as far as Jeremy Fagg is concerned. And so Borelli here looking for a couple of trebles to set himself fair for the match. Well, there's one of them. Perfect layup
40.
to leave double 18 after 12 in a decider. This could be a seismic moment in this Group A because the leader overnight, the leader on legs difference overnight, Jeremy Fagg, is now
28.
on the brink. And he has got 6 from 36. Mark Borelli to depose of the league leader. And depose of him he will. Mark Borelli gets the better of Jeremy Fagg by 4 legs to 3. And do we have a plot twist right at the very beginning of our day? Borelli gets the better of Jeremy Fagg by 4 legs to 3 with an 88.35 average and 4 out of 12 when it came to the doubles. It's opened up the door now for Robert Thornton and Mike Warburton. Warburton can go top with a win against the Fawn after this.
Welcome back. Well, 3 days in a row, league leader Jeremy Fagg has lost his first match. The good news for the Aussie, however, is like a boomerang. He's come back and won all of the others. But that defeat does raise the stakes for Game 3. And this fixture yesterday was the game of the week, wasn't it? Robert Thornton losing with 106 average. And a spell at the start of the match that really did set the standard. It's all about getting off to a good start today as well, particularly for the Thorn to stay in the race and Mike Warburton win, and he will move to the top of the table. Back to Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant to talk you through match 3.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, this was the sort of game where we had to try and reclaim our voices back following the conclusion of it. It was an absolute epic, this encounter yesterday. It was kind of the match that lit up the blue touch paper as far as the week's proceedings was concerned. But it was won by Mike Warburton. And how crucial will that victory be at the end of proceedings? Because if he can do the double here, he will go top of the table. However, a victory for Robert Thornton, he goes within 2 points of the pair. And the man who was 6-1 with the odds compilers at the start of the day to go on and win Group A would very much be in the mix.
57.
I think my job here is to analyse. And what I noticed, first of all, is Robert Thornton sprinted to the stage today. Jeremy and Mark Borelli just finished the game
60.
and virtually passed him in the stage area there. I tell you what, Robert Thornton, we called it a 2-horse race this morning, and it's 6-1. Robert Thornton, you heard him when he saw that price, and it's opened up very nicely. Now Jeremy loses his first game. Let's say Robert Thornton beats Warburton. He then plays Jeremy Fagg next game.
60.
What did you say off stage? Game on.
Very much so. And you look at the fixtures that are to come. The end of round 2 is Jeremy Fagg up against
95.
Robert Thornton. Then as the day progresses, we've mentioned it all day, Jeremy Fagg against Mike Warburton in that final round of fixtures. If he wins this one, Robert, it really is game on. He could effectively swing the tide in his favour. And he's come out swinging. All guns are blazing. Even 32 after 12 in the opening leg, reducing Warburton to dust.
It's really interesting. You saw him this morning. He looked very vibrant, very happy, very bouncy. He sprints to the hockey, and after 12 darts, he wants 32 for an open 14 darter. Albeit on his throw, but that is telling me something. Robert Thornton is right in the mix.
To throw first. Game on.
I said to you this morning that I'm just waiting for Thornton to brim. He's brimming underneath the surface, and you just got the sense that
100.
at some point he was going to do something. Whether it be a big average, whether it be a 5-5 day, there was something just
100.
waiting from the underbelly, ready to come out.
The brim full of Thrasher is the way he's looking at this game. If he can get a big win here against Mike Warburton. Like I said, already we were writing the story of the final games for Mike Warburton and Jeremy Fagg today. How can you write this man off? I did say on stage, anyone but third place being Robert Thornton, you would possibly rule them out.
28.
He very comfortably could win 5 out of 5. But timing's great. As we wax lyrical about him, he scores 28. One off the bingo
95.
books.
Carry on like that, you'll be waxing cynical.
$60.
These some words I put down for Mike Warburton I've picked up on this week. Fluid, polished, effortless, rhythmic. But the one I want to say is unruffled. They're the words that each time I've wrote something about what I'm seeing about this guy. And when someone comes out of the traps like Robert Thornton, he didn't look like he was in a panic mode. He just continued the process of how he throws a dart.
68.
And this is a fantastic response and an opportunity for potential 15 darter himself. It'll be double 16. I think that is absolutely superb for many reasons. Only the fact that Robert Thornton there was absolutely flying. Where he just continued doing what he's done best, what he's done all week, how he won 5 out of 5 yesterday. Once again, these two put a masterclass on yesterday.
140.
There's a saying in boxing that styles make fights, and the style and the tempo and the pace of each other just brings the best out of one another.
85.
Just the first facial demeanour change for Mike Warburton. Just that little close of the eyes. That's how good he's feeling right now. A big 5 is
60.
not on the agenda because he's feeling good. He's seeing that treble 20 big. He's enjoying playing his opponent. He's loving the battle. Yeah, and there's he doesn't often head shake or anything right now, but believe it or not, that's a good sign for me.
41.
And when he's flowing and when he exudes confidence, he has a real machismo about him.
100.
Was that the Japanese player he played at the World Masters? That's the perfect dart for him. That's just begging for more. Stunning darts. Brings him back in this leg. Albeit an outside chance because Thornton has the darts at 201.
60.
And they will hurt because and that's why he stopped, because them 3 are well thrown darts. Deserve more. You may see the bullseye on the last dart here. Not necessary now.
100. Robert require 141.
So both players in similar points in the leg, but it's Thornton first to the board. And he is going to set it up
81.
quite nicely, leaving 60. But can Warby take out the 135?
It's a very difficult one, but you'll be looking at the bull. He can still do it, and that's the perfect marker for the last dart. Treble 18.
63.
Advantage Thornton.
Robert
For me,
Robar,
it's about
60.
the first dart. He's a big tops hitter. Doesn't need to move. Huge dart in this match.
40.
A telling
Mike
tie of just
requires
how he
72.
feels right there, because he doesn't often miss. There's the shake of the head, which Mike Warburton will like. Arguably, he's looking at one dart or a double. And that dart, the double, will be double top. And that
Game
is
shot the
stunning.
third
That is in the
Mike
middle of the bed.
Warburton.
Line in length was absolutely perfect. The exhale of breath is just telling me so many signs that he
Fourth
is
leg, Mike
feeling really
to
good
throw
about himself.
first.
And when Jeremy Fagg
Game on.
lost his game, all we talked about was the fact that Robert Thornton sprinted to the stage. We talked about how good Thornton looked backstage. This guy means business.
He's in the mood.
190.
And you could just see from the way he walked back down the hockey. No histrionics. None of this, I've given you the break. It was straight
96.
back down the line. An indication that he's broken. And it's back to business once again.
Yeah, there was a big improvement in his 180 scoring yesterday. On day 1,
100.
we talked an awful lot about how many hundreds Mike Warburton hits. You just need to turn them into 140s, forward/180s. And as he broke Thornton, and I mean
44.
break as in mentally. He's quite intimidating to play, Robert Thornton. You'll see a lot of histrionics, arms waving. He's a big character. And like I said, this guy's just looked very
100.
confident in himself and putting on a beautiful display right now.
But Warburton's one of those players that will just keep chipping away and chipping away at
Mike
you.
require 121.
And sometimes you can submit as a consequence of that. He's going to get 6 on 1-2-1 to open up a 3-1 lead. Thinking about his options.
89.
Sensible play to leave 32 after 12. This, in a game of huge significance, is a mightily impressive performance. On for 13 darter, averaging north of
81.
94. He's yet to miss a darter
Mike
double in
Maguire,
this match.
32.
Will he continue that trend here? He's got another 6 on this 32 because Thornton
Game
can't leave a
shot of the
finish
fourth
after
leg,
12.
Mike
And Warburton here has opened up a 3-1 lead and is possibly now a leg away
Fifth leg,
from
Robert
becoming
to
the table
throw
topper.
first. Game
One
on.
of the end of the first round of fixtures for the day. Remember, Thornton's next game is against Jeremy Fagg. That's the end of round 2. And that one could be significant
60.
for both players if Warburton is to go on and pick up the points here, because effectively if Thornton win in that one, if Warburton beats Desimo, pretty much puts the ball in his court.
Performance of the week so far.
100.
Mike Warburton versus Robert Thornton, day 2. The most telling win of the week potentially is the game that you're watching after this leg here.
100.
It's been absolutely fantastic for many reasons. And Jeremy Fagg has been at the top of the table for a long, long time. Mike Warburton's been on his shirt tail. He's very rarely top of the group because of the leg difference issue. Right now, he could put himself 2 points clear. Is this the telling move of the day?
96.
But also, if he can get this done ASAP, have a look at what he'll do in the legs difference column. For example, he wins 4-1. He moves from plus 13 to plus 16 in the legs difference. And Jeremy Fagg's legs difference is plus 18. So he can make a sizable move in that particular bracket as well, if he so should need it later on in the day.
Yeah, and the fact that Robert's dropping low on that treble 20. There's one person feeling rather good about
57.
themselves and one player who's feeling frustrated in themselves. Not difficult to work out which. 201, 6 darts. This is what top amateurs, semi-pros and professional players will do so often.
60.
But that treble-less visit there, they're the types of moments. Timing, a 140 there, and it's virtually job done.
58.
141 to get the job
Michael
done.
Barr 141.
Thornton leaves himself on 130. Is he going to get a go at it?
I like Bull here.
60.
I just think a
Robert
76
O'Hara
finish
130.
so much more inviting because the 81 then brings in the fact that a bullseye is probably the way you're going to end, especially when Robert's fighting with himself.
65.
I think this has to go.
For the match, it may well be one dart at the bullseye to win it for Warburton. And one dart at the bullseye is all he needs. It was 4 out of 4 when it came to the doubles. It was all too good for Robert Thornton in the end. An average of just under 92. A really impressive display. And that sends out a signal of intent to the rest of the field that Mike Warburton has come here with one objective, and that is to get it through and get it done today to seal his place into Saturday night. That's the end of round 1. Round 2 is going to begin with Verdonk against Barilli.
Well, Mike Warburton's win before the break there effectively makes it a two-horse title race. But does it also open the door for Mark Barilli to catch Robert Thornton in third place? The Scotsman played his opening match like a man with a point to prove, and a point that he did prove when he defeated league leader Jeremy Fagg. But it was the opposite outcome for his opponent here. Sven Verdonk suffered a 4-0 defeat in his all-Belgian battle with John Desrimo. It's a bit of a break from that fantastic fight between the top two. And our top two, Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant, will talk you through it.
Well, you're so kind, Chris. On Monday, Mark Barilli played 2-1-2, and his next game was against the man in your picture, Sven Verdonk, who was really struggling. And I think Mark Barilli's week sort of dipped at that point because it wasn't the darting talent of Sven Verdonk that beat him. I felt the whole pace of the game and his reactions and his demeanour just sort of let him down a little bit, and Sven Verdonk came
First leg
through
Sven to throw
after
first.
7 legs, and I don't think Mark Barilli really recovered from that, but that's Mark Barilli's first win today against Jeremy Fagg is a real positive, an upward climb, especially when I saw him very late yesterday afternoon. He has to stay very focused against this game here and just run his own race. I wouldn't be looking at the board now if I was Mark Barilli. I'd try and do something in between them 20 seconds when Sven is throwing. That would be my advice to someone who's got as much as experience as I have. But I'm just giving him what my thought process would be. But and again, this looks like a lovely start, H.
140.
Something a bit more rhythmic, something a bit more flairish about Mark Barilli today.
And I think looking at Sven Verdonk right now, he's tried that first game there to speed up his throw, and he's probably felt it hasn't worked. And he's gone back to round about his 20 seconds to throw the 3 darts with that very long start of the first dart. So you can see he's working out to get his best to come back fighting.
140.
This is lovely from Mark Barilli so far. Great character.
But can that also be a sign of overthinking potentially if you're trying to go one way then t'other?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, 1,000,000%. I see so much of myself in Sven Verdonk right now. You're searching, and for someone like Mark Barilli, just throw the dart. Just look at the target and throw the darts. Sven Verdonk is, I think, is overthinking way too much.
28.
So I stand there now, and so much of you're thinking of your technique. That's what you're thinking of, instead of the fundamental of throwing a dart, of just aiming at a target. If someone walked off with my first lakeside win against Danny Noppert and I tried to analyse my throw, I would have told you, Henry, that I don't have a clue how I throw a dart. When I played the seniors this year, I could tell you exactly what I was trying to search for.
Sven, you require 80.
But that word overthinking's big. But for Sven, nice straight first dart here is key. Do not go in the 5s and the 1 is simple. So he's then going to, with the 25 and but that's frustrating for him. But I always think just aim just above the treble 20. Give yourself at least 1 dart at tops.
26.
The do drop in, the can drop in.
104.
And the way Mark's playing today, you'll fancy this. Level 19. Sets it up nicely, but a 2 darter for Verdonk.
54.
You can usually tell how his game is with these darts that he's going to have at tops. That's only just crept in. He usually goes very high with the first one. The double 19.
16. Mark your
So tops
40.
for Barilli to break in the opener.
Game
Found first dart, and it is a Barilli break to go 1-0 up in this match. And it was just something a little bit different about him today.
First. Game on. $95.
Yeah, those times yesterday, that slow and steady wins the race for Sven. Right now, it just looks a bit like Monday as we look at the overhead camera. The eye line of a player. Just look at the trajectory of that dart. It's just coming in from the ceiling because of that height of Mark. Very tall player, very elegant, very upright. And Sven, can you see the power of the dart going in? But it's always a worrying sign when a dart goes underneath the treble. That means the player's feeling tight. He's feeling the tension. But responded well with that last dart. But it's advantage Borelli. And once again on 272, if you just keep the dart straight.
33.
That last dart is a potential dart at the 25 to leave yourself the 167, but that opening 5 will have hurt. A chance for Verdonk.
The best camera angle when a max is hit, isn't it?
Yeah, I like the side
68.
one as well on the dartboard only. And when it was first introduced, that one, so many times they went to it and a player hit the 180.
93.
Yeah, for Mark Borelli right now, just like I said, I use the analysis of just play your own game, run your own race. Just try and eliminate any thought process of watching Europe. That's what I like what he's doing there. Just looking to the floor.
100. Mark require 146.
I've asked players what they do when they're up against a slower play. And like I said, I've heard people sing songs, look at a certain part of the arena.
60.
I hope they're not singing it out loud on stage because we'll probably pick it up on the mics. And the last person who attempted to sing on that stage, it didn't end very well for them.
Yes, I'm still having sessions for that therapy after listening to you sing. Let me entertain you.
40. Mark require 86.
Treble 18. 2 darts, a double 16 for the much improved Mark Borelli.
Game shot on the second leg.
2-0 to the
Blackberry.
Scot. This is a great start to the day. Big win in his first game against the Aussie Jeremy Fagg. Top of the table, Jeremy Fagg.
Third leg Sven
And
to
leading 2
throw
in the lead
first.
against Verdonk and just doing a
Game on.
very steady job. And I say the word steady because anything around that 90 mark, I think, is a very professional job.
Borelli's first game average was 88.35. His average here is 88.41. His doubles percentage in the first game was 4 out of 12. And that's improved to a 2 out of 3 here in this particular match. We're getting a bit of a baseline here as to what his day is
60.
entailing. That's for Sven Verdonk. One thing I'm grabbing from his shirt is we're not going to forget what his name is. Just to double make sure that we know that his
43.
name is Sven Verdonk. He's put it about 50 times on the playing shirt.
Yeah, one of my favourite shirts was all 48 players of Lakeside one year, and whoever played in it, and then had all the 48 like a Lakeside theme shirt. Yeah, so I've sort of seen that design before, but there's a lot of vanity in that shirt, isn't it? Look at my name, look at my name.
It's a bit like, you know, when you leave school and you see all those leavers hoodies and it's got all the names of the people whose year you were in on it.
He must have been self-schooled. There's only him there.
43.
A big hit on the average here for Mark Borelli because scores are 60, 86 and 43. He's just fallen asleep. So what he's doing now, just trying to get that concentration level back up because that's one of the weaknesses for Mark. He wants to be at the hockey all the time. I've spoken on Monday and Tuesday how
40.
You know, at his best, he could play a 7-leg game of darts in 5 or 6 minutes. So he's someone that doesn't enjoy standing behind someone for 20, 30 seconds.
Sven require 138.
You have to be adaptable if you're going to win the MODUS Super Series. It doesn't all come easy. You've got to show that versatility as a dart player, them concentration levels. We treble 20 here for Verdonk.
58.
Trying to apply pressure. Try and force the issue.
130.
Does a bit of that, leaving the Nelson. Verdonk wanting 80 to bring it back to 2-1 to half the deficit. Can't afford to be broken twice in this game.
Yeah, last time he had the 80, Henry, he hit the little 5. This time he's crept into treble 5.
Game shown on the third leg.
Smack
Sven
bang in the
Verdonk.
middle. And a raise of eyebrows from the Belgian. And a raise of eyebrows from the two comps. He's
Fourth
shaking
leg
his
mark
head
to
thinking,
throw first.
well, he's
Game
still
on.
in this game at 2-1 for Mark Borelli. Still very much in his hands. He's got the break under his belt. He's got the dart, but he won't like this start. And this is where he
34.
mustn't fall asleep. This continuation of a poor last leg. He has to find something as he stands behind there again, because when he's so free-flowing, he's good. When he's not at the hockey all the time, you do see the negatives from Mark Borelli.
140.
And now things are beginning to flip-flop a little bit. Have a look at the 140 plus.
42.
This is a scoring power pack in this game. Look at the 140 plus powers of Sven Verdonk. 6.
Yeah, you feel like he's a real first dart merchant, is Verdonk. He's, when
85.
that one goes in, he usually does okay. He's at 9 180s this week.
$44.
Borelli only 5 180s this week. We're both averaging 90. You can just see the impact of that poor third leg from Borelli. And he's been very disappointed in this leg of darts.
81.
34, 42 and 44. He needs to find something again. He needs to find it now. There's a little nod of the head of appreciation, but he's sliding into the 5. He's asking himself, why am I doing that?
85.
He's going to go down the 90s because one treble here on the 19s and 2 singles minimum would leave him a 2-darter. He wants to stay there. Now I would have gone on the
38.
treble 20 bed, because even a treble 20 there would have left 90. Would have left 97. It still would have been the 2-darter for Borelli. If he ever needed a 6 180 of the week, it's right now.
It feels like a sliding doors moment in this match where Borelli looked as if at 2-0 he was going to
57.
really romp away with it, but he's been pegged back by Verdonk, and at the minute he's the better player. He's got 6 on 157 to square this game up at 2 apiece, get the break back and return the game to throw.
Yeah, you see the
55.
better player, but the last 24 darts, the last 12 darts each, the highest score is 85. It's not the fact that Verdonk's gone into a different gear. It's just the
58.
fact that Borelli's gone missing.
Senior 102.
Well, it's got scrappy, hasn't it? .57 would have left tops.
78.
Manages to recover to leave double 12. Borelli back at 193, so it's going to come back for 3 clear darts to level this game up at 2 apiece.
43. Senior 24. Game shown on the fourth leg.
It's a case of
Sven
slow and
Verdonk.
steady. Wins the race right now, and once again the lift of the eyebrows there is telling you that he's not 100% happy with his game. But he's 2-2. It's
Fifth
more
leg
the fact that
Sven to
Borelli just
throw first.
imploded
Game on.
after leading from 2-0. And you can see the frustrations behind. He's just trying to find something. He needs to get it back into that zone. Mark Borelli hates these types of games. You can see that. I knew that. But you have to be adaptable. You have to be able to beat Sven Verdonk
140.
when things aren't going right for yourself. Sometimes, Henry, you've just got to win ugly.
A win is a win is a win, and points are points. Doesn't matter. Well, Robert Thornton yesterday, case in point,
96.
averaged 105.94, hit 3 maximums, picked up nothing. But by contrast, there was victories yesterday with averages in the mid-80s. It happens. I mean, Warburton won with an 81.24
100.
yesterday.
Say, very scrappy. Speaking of, remember Scrappy Doo?
100.
Did you know you can't watch the Flintstones in Dubai, but Abu Dhabi do?
Right, I'll see you later, folks.
People say I'm boring. I should be on the stage. Better for Verdonk.
100.
140, 100, 100. There's just something nice after 9 darts being on the 161, 121 as a dart player. You're throwing straight. Right this
41.
moment, Borelli
Sven, you require
is all over the place.
161.
No panic here for Verdonk. There's that. He has that in him. It seems to be 1 in every 10 darts. Very similar to what's happening to Nathan Aspinall when he doesn't get that first dart right. But Aspinall's still throwing darts of his life at the moment.
59.
Right way of going there. You trying to use that bull to lead the 2-darter. Borelli just not at the races. This has been a tale of 2 halves.
82. Sven, you
So
require
6
102.
from 102 for Sven Verdonk for 3-2. Should get a dart now. And that dart is going to be a double 18.
66.
Not a bad miss if you're going to miss a darts left in hand afterwards.
Yeah, totally agree. I think there were 3 very well thrown darts there, and just going outside. You don't want to leave yourself double, and that'll be on his mind now with the pressure that Borelli's put on him now. So I always felt just go just a little bit bigger, create that second double. And that's what you don't want to do. Now it's difficult because now you're panicking that you're going to hit a big 9, and that's hence the reason why you just become too conservative.
Game shown on the
And
fifth
then there's
leg,
the aggressive
Sven
last
Verdonk.
dart. And there's the obligatory shake ahead when he hits the winning double because he's not happy the way he's playing right now. It's solid, 82 average.
To throw first.
As you can
Game
see
on.
behind, you just continue shaking your head. So you're giving your body, psychologically, you're thinking negative all the time. You wouldn't see Mike Warburton shake his head after a winning double.
125.
And that's something that maybe Sven needs to look at. He's winning 3-2 from 2-0 down. He should be seeing the positives.
Also, you've got to have a bit of kidology in this game. Sometimes a bit of fake it till you make it. Don't make out you're not playing well.
78.
Sometimes the best players, they know that they are, when they're playing poor, they are playing poor. Everybody knows when they're not playing up to standard, up to press.
125.
What they'll do is they'll exude some kind of peacockery. It says in their mind, or says in the opponent's mind, try and beat me at your peril.
Yeah, I like that.
55.
Chest out, not in. Shoulders up, not down. Max in.
190.
Exhale, breath out.
You charge £200 an hour for that, you.
New career calling.
Couple of options for Borelli coming up now. He's just double checking the scores. He knows he's got 6 darts. So treble 17 or treble 13 of the shot. For a fat 18. A 1 dart to tops. From absolutely
31.
nowhere. That was for a 12 dart. It's just a bizarre game of darts, this one. There's the shake of the head, but he should be thinking, I'm 3-3 now. The donk will have the dart in the last leg.
58. Mark your require 40.
A little bit snatchy and snappy.
Game
There's
shown
the
on the sixth
marker.
leg,
There's
Mercury.
the destruction of the double top. He's back in this match from really nowhere, which is credit to him. Because everything about this match at 3-2
Seventh
was
and
telling you
final
that Sven
leg,
Verdonk was going to go on and win the
Rovers.
game. Mark Borelli just
Game
needs to
on.
knuckle down now. Focus, just think it's 1 leg of darts and break him in 15. That's what his thought process would be. Verdonk exactly the same. Make my opponent win in 12. That's a perfect second dart.
81.
And that will be a frustrating last. So, 100 minimum, 140 the bonus.
100.
What a last start, especially when you consider the position of the second. Some players may have switched and gone down to 19s there.
Yeah, there's something different about 100 and a 97 without stating the real obvious there. It's just nice to hear that 3-digit score. Just sounds so much better than the 97.
55.
That's why sometimes when you hear your opponent hitting a 180 when you're on a double, it can make you think when you try to see out the game. This is better from Borelli from nowhere.
100.
It's as if he's pulled up and all of a sudden got his second wind. Not only is he back in this match, he's become favourite.
It's like a marathon runner who has seen Buckingham Palace, and once they've seen Buckingham Palace, they've seen the finishing line in sight. And when you see that finishing line in sight and you see that light at the end of the tunnel, the
100.
gold pot at the end of the rainbow, you find something within you. Something in your mind, something in your body just pushes you forward, even though you feel as if what you've
60.
got to give is not much left.
I think his feelings Achilles again then, if it is a marathon race, because he's beginning to have control until Sven hit that 100. And on 265, it's looking like he's going to leave at least the big fish.
95.
That's exactly what he's done. And within a space of 6 darts, he's now become the favourite. What a seesaw battle this game has been. Another one of them would be nice.
83.
And that was not what the
Senior
doctor ordered.
170.
Can Verdonk provide the catch of the day? He's not going to reel in the fish, and so Borelli returns to 158 for his own blockbuster way to finish the match.
60.
And he comes up dry.
Mark require
There's
158.
no big fish for the donk. But can Borelli batter this 158? Oh, yes. We've waited for a big finish.
120.
Just that little bit of a flick at the end there. I'm not so sure how much confidence
110.
he felt in that double 19. Take your pick from here, guys.
19s, which means treble 17. Would have given him a dart at tops.
Yes, it was a sarcastic nod of the head
45.
by Mark Borelli.
38.
Does he go straight for it? That's the only problem with this way. He likes his double 4.
No score.
And he's bust the score.
Sven require 65.
And so Verdonk is going to get a second bite at the cherry. There you go, 25 here.
Yeah, it's definitely the shot. The only problem with doing that is hitting a single-digit number. Not only has he done that, you're now looking, he's going to be going for the bullseye. He's going for treble 13. Awful. You'd be frustrated to give yourself no chance of a dart or a double, let alone the bullseye. That will really hurt. Will
25.
Borelli stick to the tactic of being very direct with the double 19? Can he sit above it? There's the garden gate. Can he get over the fence?
19.
Not at all.
He can't get over the fence, but can he get over the
Sven
line?
require 40.
Because Verdonk now back for tops. Match darts have been squandered. He's put his darts on the table. He thinks it's all over. It is
Game
now.
shot.
Because Sven
Sven
Verdonk gets the better of Mark Borelli by 4 legs to 3. He had his opportunities, Borelli, to get the game done and get the game won, and Verdonk gets over the line. He's victorious 4-3. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it is the league leader, Mike Warburton. He has the opportunity to go 4 points clear at the top of the table. He takes on John Desimo after this short break.
Welcome back. What a day it has been for that man there so far. Mike Warburton, victory over Robert Thornton earlier, effectively eliminated one of his rivals from the title race, and he now has the opportunity to move 4 points clear of the remaining threat in his bid to top Group A. The Welshman is now looking for a 7th straight win, but do not discount John Desremo, who won his opener this morning by 4 legs to nil. Right, let me hand you back to Henry and Glenn as the title race continues.
Absolutely, it does, Chris. It's been a surprising start for many reasons today. Maybe the fact that Jeremy Fagg lost his opening game there. But we just both like the fact that Mike Warburton's just doing things his own way. Like I said, very composed, very focused. I'd be very, very surprised if he loses this game, albeit, just to put a little caveat there, I thought John Desmond at times looked excellent in his opening demolition job as Sven Verdonk. So he won't treat her as a gimme. Mike Warburton's looking the real deal right now, and
First leg, Mike,
fully expect him to get through this game. But the twists and turns we're having in this group here, don't count your chickens.
However, the difference from game 1 to game 2 for John Desimo is quite palpable. It's almost like a space hopper which has got
100.
a couple of holes in it. Deflates from game 1 to game 2. On Monday, averaged 95.43 in his opener. In his second, averaged 87. Yesterday,
85.
game 1, averaged 87. The second game, he averaged 72. So what we have seen as a pattern and trend over the first couple of days action here is John Desimo gets off to quick starts. But
55.
game 2, we do see a slight decrease in his performance. And for Warburton, that could be a good thing.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from Desmond today. If we've got a moving Tuesday, what do you call Wednesday then, Hitch?
Winners Wednesday.
41.
Although you can top the table on Wednesday, but typical of Wednesday, you can't win promotion to Champions Week.
Speaking of winning promotion,
82.
you should stop teasing me. Ready for tonight? The butterflies are in my stomach. But I can't use my football team's name, otherwise someone's going to get a full house by game 5.
Luton Town could win promotion to the Premier League. Have you seen their away stand? They may have to spend £10 million on that if they get promoted.
Chicken feed, though, when you go into the Premier League, isn't it? What a story that would be.
Probably be managed by Will Still as well next year. Crazy decision it's made now by Watford to sack Rob Edwards early in the season. And now look what he's doing at Luton.
It's a strange club when you look from the outside in on Watford, isn't it?
153. $137. Mike require 145.
Spoiler roll. Cat amongst the pigeons. Oh, Mike Warburton with a stunning 145. You decide, Mike Warburton, because that is absolutely beautiful. And with John Jesmero sat on 16 there, that was brilliant.
Excellence as to find in diagram
B, killer B. And Desmero 2-2, we've got it all here, haven't we? We can put it all in the mixing pot, but that was absolutely beautiful. Dare I say the moment of the week?
You mentioned melting pot. Well, a victory here for Mike Warburton. The group may not be in the melting pot anyway. It may well be in his favour because if Robert Thornton beats Jeremy Fagg, well, after the 12th round of fixtures, he's 4 points in front with only 6 points left to play for. It may well be done by the time these two play each other in what's their final game of the day. But has Desimo got a bit of a sting in the tail?
Well, he's doing his job so far, averaging 100. Incredibly, Mike Warburton averaging only 80, but that 145 there right now.
100.
Remember that moment.
Actually, the biggest finish of the week so far, the 145. How crucial could it be in the end game and the end complexion?
123.
Desmond, where's this form been this week? He came out the traps like a greyhound on day 1. And then you went missing for a long, long time.
100.
Today, you've been the player of the day so far. In sense of what I'm seeing, what improvement in this augurs well for the remaining part of the week. You need to just keep focused.
45.
Keep battling away.
Well, Desmo isn't going to be the queen bee in this particular group. In fact, he's not even going to make it to Group B. We
60.
don't think, unless Thornton has a
John, you require
collapse towards the
135.
finishing line. But today is a day where you can build some confidence ahead of what's to come tomorrow.
$57.
Oh, 78's not a gimme. But for Warburton, another one of them would be nice. I was just having a look, 104 left. He's got the perfect marker on the 19s, but 104 is normally treble 18 or treble 20. Personally,
John, you require
after that
78.
second dart, I think I'd have stayed on the 19s. Now for John, don't miss the 18. Fat 20, keep it simple to give yourself a dart or a double.
58.
And a couple of times this week, he's just dipped
Mike
on that
O'Hara,
double when he has
86.
one dart in his hand. The best dart he threw this week, he just stood off for a second. A la Rob Cross. Is he going to go the treble 15 tops route again? Not this time. There's the grimace.
You even had the puncher mark there to aim at.
34.
So double
John,
10 for
you require
Desmo
20.
for one apiece.
Game
There it is. There's just something about him today. There's just, it was like maybe even a little bit of confidence has just fed in. He's had a couple of days now. He can acclimatise, adjust the environment. Hasn't played too much stage stuff. Did play at the Lakeside last year, and
100.
there was an infamous interview where he described himself as nervous, shall we say. And maybe, possibly,
82.
there was times during the first 2 days where maybe that little bit of stage nerves creeped in. But I think today he looks, you just look at his demeanour as well. He looks a lot more settled on that stage.
I think he's also seen Dus's tips because he had
60.
Mike Warburton to win big here. But Mike's not playing at his best and Desmond is. Simple.
Quit while you're behind, Glenn.
140. $100.
Just love it. I promised myself this morning, Glenn, don't be talking so much about Mike's throw all the time. You'll just be boring the audience, but it is a joy to watch at times.
58.
He's back in this leg of darts. There's one thing you can guarantee this week. Whoever Mike Warburton is playing, he will score more 100s than. You can't guarantee he will on the 140s or 180s.
100.
But on the 100 scores, it's scarily consistent. Being hypercritical, Henry, how does he then turn him into 140s, 180s, I guess is
83.
his objective.
Mike, you require 140.
But this week he hasn't really been in any need or any rush to do that, though. He hasn't, apart from really the game against Robert,
60.
there hasn't been many pushes.
138.
6 visit legs have been enough this week.
Yeah, and once again, he's left 81 rather than 76. I think his board management could be better. Like I say, he's very traditional, very rarely leaves the treble 20 bed, no matter what he wants, what he
98.
needs.
Mike,
There's a big difference,
81.
in my opinion, 81 to 76, which he'll probably prove me wrong by smacking treble 19 in. It just means he's going for the bull now instead of a tops or a double 18. Bull needed with your opponent on 40.
56.
Everything was right about that throw.
John, you require 40.
1 millimetre the difference. Is he going to hurt him by hitting this tops?
Game
Certainly
shot
will on the
of
double
leg,
10. There's
John
definitely a
Desmond.
bounce in the step of John Desmond. And I think this is just awakening Jeremy Fagg next door because this will
Fourth
then
leg,
bring
John
him
to
back into
throw
the
first.
scenario once more.
Game
Especially
on.
with that blockbuster game coming up next. Fagg versus Thornton. Don't miss that one.
And effectively, that rules Thornton out the race if Jeremy can
121.
win that because of the gap. 6 points with 6 left to play for it be between the two front runners and Thornton if Desimo got the win here.
100.
But what you're going to get from Warburton, as Glenn what you alluded to in the last leg, is he is going to ton. And is he going to ton his opponents into submission? The only thing I will say about that is you know what you're going to get from Warburton because you know that he's going to get a treble a visit. But as an opponent, what you'll also know is because he's hitting tons of fun is if you can find an acceleration of your level and find a few more 2 treble visits, then you feel like you're going to harbour some opportunities in the match.
Desmond is taking full control of this game. Once again, as soon as you start writing the story of a MODUS Super Series group, a game like this can happen. Mike Warburton will have been a big favourite for this game. It's 134 points behind. 2 trebles required. There's one of them.
140.
Just what he needed right now, but it's still advantage to the Belgian.
Well, actually, Murph's actually corrected me because obviously Warburton and Fag are playing in the last game. One's definitely got to get to 20, so Thornton would go in that scenario if he lost to Jeremy.
100.
Another one of them to complement his previous 140 visit.
100.
Just keeps him in it.
John, you require
Once again,
110.
you would rather be in the position of John Desmond. He's going to have first pop at this 110. The treble 17. Oh, and I tell you what, when you're top of the table, Henry, that just sneaks in the other side into the treble 17.
88.
But what a setup play. Quite simply now,
104.
this 104 has to go. He's had that stunning 145 in this match already. The double 16.
88.
That's only the second dart at
John,
double
you
he's missed
require
all day.
22.
Desimo wants 2-2 for 3-1.
Game
3-1 it is.
John Desmond.
And could this be a seismic result which changes the complexion of the group? Warburton
Fifth leg, Mike,
with the darts here
first.
to save the match.
Yeah, Mike might think, I can't believe this is happening, but Desmo's been the better player. But we talked about being
100.
adaptable. Well, when things aren't going right for you, 3-1 down, will we see a new dimension of Mike Warburton? It's easy when you're winning. It to come back from 3-1 down, it just shows
76.
that you mean business this week. So that's what he must focus on. Just win his darts here. Break your opponent, win again. Just keeping it simple because the darts are there.
100.
Timing's everything.
Easy.
Yeah, there's no panic, is there, in John? Just doing his own thing. Even yesterday, I felt like he was
95.
within himself. He's keeping his emotions in check. And what it means is John Desmond becomes a bit of a player in Group C.
81.
The way that first dart sat in the bed, he will be disappointed he's only scored 81. Nothing to split the players in terms of the averages.
58. Mike require 140.
Warburton here has got 6 darts to bring it back to 3-2. Treble here would be beautiful. He'd love one of his
60.
customary tons here, but he comes up dry on this occasion.
Just a quick look at Desmo's score, so he'd be happy with that. But he just caresses the dart, doesn't he, Mike Warburton? It's very soft hands.
65.
Total different style. So
Mike
yeah,
require 80.
we're looking at treble 20. Sit it above. Doesn't move, so it's just a case of using them
40.
two flights as your guide. And once again, no panic. For Desmo, you feel he's already thinking it's his darts next leg. Can't stay on the 20. Should be 18s.
79. Mike require 40. No score. John, you require 128.
Once again, all 3 darts thrown very nicely. He'll have wanted to put that one to bed, and for John Desmer, he'll be thinking, if I hadn't just gone 58, 65, 79, yeah, I still nearly had a chance there.
43.
I'll stake my reputation here, H, that this
40.
goes.
One left.
Reputation
restored.
Mike Warburton.
Had one leg out the door there, but this is a huge leg coming up. John Desmer has the darts. Mike Warburton simply has to break to then become favourite in this match. But just in relation to this Group A, in relation to Jeremy Fagg and Robert Thornton, this is a massive leg, and this is not the start John wanted.
42.
And all of a sudden, Mike Warburton enters the fray once again. He's been second best for the lot of this match. One of his customary hundreds would be needed.
100.
And executed perfectly well. This is a 50-50 game. This match right now is in the balance.
And that is because of the scoring consistency of Mike Warburton. Look at that power pack. 11 tons, 2 140 pluses. Desmer has been enigmatic when he's needed to be, but been pragmatic when it's come
100.
to the finishing. 3 from 6, whereas for Warburton, 2 from 10. He's let opportunities pass him by in this game. Will he let the game pass him by?
100.
Oh, I like them 3 darts. And effectively, Warburton has the darts.
99.
Not sure I agree with. I like the 17s if you're going to go down. I guess it doesn't make an awful lot. Desmer is just chewing away, isn't he? This is great. So come on, he says to himself.
140.
6 darts from 202. Bullseye's a great shot here.
140.
This is outstanding from the Welshman.
160.
He's fighting.
But could the killer be? Well, he's not going to sting. He can set up.
83.
He does to a certain extent,
Michael
but this
Hart,
is
62.
for a level game. Big moments incoming.
Moment of the week so far. And that is simply stunning.
Mike Warburton.
The fist pump tells you everything. From 3-1 down, we wanted to see how he adapts from being 3-1 down. It's great as a dart player when everything's going right for you. When you're cruising through your games, you're winning the big matches, you're scoring nicely. But there's something extra special when you win a match that you're destined to lose. However,
60.
I don't like the fact he stayed on that 20 bed. He was virtually covering the whole bed with that treble 19 just sat there waiting to be hit. Treble needed for the Belgian.
43.
Advantage Warby.
If you can find another one of his tons, he's very much ball in his
60.
court. But coming up dry twice in a row means that the door for Desmo is very much open. If he can pile in a couple of trebles, even if he can pile in one.
60.
Isn't it incredible, a 3-3? How the treble 20s dry up, as you say. 6 darts each, not a treble 20 hit so far.
Amazing how
60.
tense that arm can get in this scenario.
Yeah, the only dart I felt he was tense on was the very first one. It was the only dart he didn't throw properly. He knows the implications of winning this leg of darts, but Desmer isn't doing an awful lot against that treble 18. Just gives him a slight advantage, but only 20 points in it. I definitely think he's speeding up on these 3 darts. Is a bit of panic setting in for Warby.
60.
60, 60, 60, 60. Great on a single board in the Yorkshire League. But the MODUS Super Series, you feel it's not enough, especially when he looks up and sees that first dart from Desmer. Now, all of a sudden, the Belgian takes full control of this match. Or does he?
Oh, what a time.
140.
And he's going to get a go, because what Desimo should have done in his last visit on 305 was start on 18s. As good as the 140 is, it's left him on a bogey number. So all he can do is set up. But he's going to set up with a plong. He's going to force Warby here to take out the 121. Oh, how the tide can turn.
Microquar 121.
What big moments. Treble 17. Yes, you don't need a commentator right now. Just look at the difference there. What 1 millimetre can do in this game. This is top of the table.
45.
Mike Warburton begging for John Desmond to miss this 40. Jeremy Fagg, Robert Thornton in the back shouting, "Come on, John."
Game, shot.
What a game of darts that was. That had everything. You can see the frustration of Mike Warburton, because he knew exactly what was required in this match. And well done to John Desmond. Played 2-1-2 today. A fine game. You could hardly separate the pair of them. The sublime 145 from Mike Warburton, but it's John Desmond who comes through a fantastic 7-leg thriller. Big game coming up next. Jeremy Fagg against Robert Thornton. Don't miss that one.
Welcome back. Well, another interesting result that is making this group really intriguing, set up for a proper fight to the finish. And maybe it will involve three players. If there's one thing you should never do in darts, it's write off Robert Thornton. He's made a career of fighting back from the brink, and he is now at the point of no return in terms of winning Group A. Defeat to Jeremy Fagg would officially rule Robert out of the race, and victory for the Australian would see him return to the top of the table after that defeat for Mike Warburton in the previous match. I will hand you back to our commentary team, Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you very much, Chris. Big game incoming, big moves being made today, big plot twists all the same. And so, Mike Warburton having lost there has just opened up the door again for Jeremy Fagg. And to Robert Thornton, well, he's got to be perfect.
First leg, Jeremy to throw first. Game on.
You'd pretty much expect one of Warburton and Fagg to move on to 20 points. They both got to play each other later on in the day. It looks like the job is pretty much over as far as Thornton is concerned.
54.
And if Jeremy loses this game, then Warburton's not really lost anything. Still ball very much in his court. But have a look at this for a start for the Fawn.
Easy. $43.
It's a toss of a coin, this one, Hitch. Something about Thornton when he started that first match against Warburton, but then really went back on the slide again. And I thought that was the end of him, but a couple of strange results today.
120.
This is why we love the MODUS Super Series.
When he is at it, Thornton, he has a scoring power that no one in the sport can keep up with.
That's a big statement to say some massive, massive scorers there. But I was surprised how good his CV actually. You forget sometimes. He has been one of the real greats when you look back. And definitely the best player in the world in the seniors at the moment. For the first time, questions are being asked of Jeremy this week.
44.
Just an incredible statement to make that his 3 losses this week have all been the first game. But the last person we both noticed that you want to play is Robert Thornton, because a darts like that, as quick as a flash, a nice 15 darter and a breaker throw. All of a sudden,
second leg, Robert to throw first.
16 points against 14 points, make it very, very interesting.
It would make any outcome possible.
60.
It was this stage against Warburton where he just started to go to sleep, didn't he, Thornton? He came out of the traps very quickly. He just hasn't had that sustainability in his game this week. That
43.
Over the full length of the match. It's as if he's done great as a 60-metre sprinter, but as soon as it gets past that level, we haven't seen the best of him.
45.
You just feel with Robert, he's the type of player where the longer the day goes on, the better he will get.
$140.
For Jeremy there, the way his darts sit up like that in the treble 20 are absolutely perfect for him.
125.
Beginning to warm up this match.
Warming up a little bit like the weather outside. It's a beautiful day here on the south coast of England. Carry on like this, we'll have to have a little bit of a walk down the beach.
Didn't you tell me Portsmouth's not part of the England or something? Didn't you tell me it's an island or something?
So we are the only island city in England, because the Isle of Man counts as it's a bit like it's a Channel Island, so it doesn't count. But yeah, we're counted as the Portsea Island, the Portsea Island
60.
Peninsula. And why don't you head to the Portsea Island Peninsula? Because every single Saturday night we open our doors.
137.
£2 a ticket, and it is a good night out at the darts.
Robert Thornton's always a crowd pleaser. I know I should be
56.
no bias, but
Robert
it'd be great to see
74.
Robert there on Saturday night. Wants to correct a few wrongs as he looked at double 10.
64.
One thing about Robert Thornton, you'll know if he's hit or if he hasn't by just closing your eyes. He's one of them talkers on the stage when he's going for doubles. He's going to come back for double 5. This is Jeremy's worst game of the week by a long stretch.
Game
2-0 Thornton in record quick time. It's only taking a couple of minutes per leg between these two. For Jeremy, penny for your thoughts right now, because today's not going as he planned. I've been following his social media. He was a little bit disappointed after his 4 wins on day 1. Felt a little bit better yesterday. Today, he's lost his opening game and 2-0 down here.
85.
Bit of a front runner as well, Robert Thornton. If he can get a 2-0 lead. We've analysed this throw already. It's a lovely, just a real nice look at the follow through, them fingers pointing to the carpet at the end. And with Robert, very little. There's starting there. There's hardly any pullback. The pullback's all done in part of their motion as he takes that dart to his face. Where's he starts? And then it's like 5 or 6 inches pulling it to his face. But the head goes backwards, which is strange on that
55.
one. But for Robert, as he brings his dart to his face, then he starts his throw. He does it there. Totally different. And as Henry alluded to yesterday, very rarely changed over the years for Robert, and that's why he produces darts like that. A 174 for Fag would be nice here.
140.
Don't understand that one, because that would have left double 13.
Minky was looking to apply scoreboard pressure. Thornton wanting double 8 for 136 and what would have been a 3-0 lead.
Jeremy requires 66.
This is Jeremy's first go at an outshot in this match. Such has been the dominance of the Fawn. He's going to get 2 in his hand at double 18. Only needs the 1 to bring it back to 2-1. And for the Fawn's dominance in this game, could we see a change in tide here?
Game on.
That's classic match play. Thornton misses a dart or a double. Jamie Fag gets 2 darts at double 18, just needs the 1. The tie change from 3-0 to 2-1 in a best of 7. You don't need me to tell you how big of a difference there is. And then the
39.
When it's not your day, Jeremy. It's not your day. Good day. Like that Australian accent. Thank you.
123.
Well, Thornton found that 3rd dart in the neighbour of the treble 20.
I might go home and away.
Do you
tell you what, that didn't sit nicely as well. That's a couple of bounce outs he's had there. But sometimes when they're not sitting, now they're probably using them. That's so perfectly well for Thornton.
Is that because of the way he releases the darts? We'll have a look at it here now. Is it because, as we see him release the dart, it's quite a soft release?
Yeah, very. It's all about the fall. Look at them fingers at the end. That's all I'd ask you to look at.
134.
Touching the floor. So it's all rhythm. It's all caressing the dart. Someone like John Desmore, he's punching the dart.
77.
This one is just all rhythm. How smooth, and just look at those fingers at the end. When it goes perfect, the dart will sit up. You throw a good dart, and your throw will look after itself.
140.
Good response there from Fag, but for Robert Thornton, how many times over the years? Treble 20. He'd be frustrated with that.
22.
He'd be very, very frustrated with that.
Jeremy
Bobby Boy, he says.
108.
Well, he's just let Jeremy back in, isn't he? 108 for 2 apiece. And the first couple of legs, he didn't even have a look in. It's still on, but can he find a way to that treble 18? Because that first dart is completely obscuring the route. And to be honest, that wasn't a bad dart.
He's not getting the rub of the green right now, H.
26. Robert requires
but
79.
Because of those 2 single ones in the previous visit, Thornton's only got 79. He's only going to get 1 dart at tops. He only needs 1 dart at tops to lead Jeremy Fag by 3 legs to 1. And things really are beginning to fall into place now for Mike Warburton.
Fifth leg, Jeremy to throw first.
Jeremy here,
Game on.
serving to stay in the match. And suddenly, from what looked like a hegemonial position, his back could be up against the wall. But he comes back fighting.
Robert Thornton is back in the mix with a win. He's still the outsider of the three.
21.
He'll bounce out in this match, not because of anything technically. It's just the bashing into the tungsten.
$96.
This is a test of the grit of Jeremy Fagg. Because it's fair to say, for large swathes of this game, he has been second
22.
best. Thornton has been the player in control, in command, and in charge of this game. But if he can claw this back in a clutch game, which has huge significance
43.
in terms of the group, we have learnt a lot about Jeremy Fagg between the ears.
60.
This is about not just the qualities in terms of a playing side. This is now about the qualities in terms of the mental side.
Yeah, Robert Thornton relinquishing the
134.
lead that he had. Is basically giving this leg away. Scores of 21, 22 and 60 are unheard of for Robert.
46. Jeremy Roy, 88.
All the time in the world to plan his attack. I think he'll stay there. There's no need to use the 18 bed and the bullseye.
56.
Like a golfer, he's just laid up just before the green. He'll be getting his wedge out.
99.
Well, we have seen comebacks in this
Jeremy
fixture
Roy,
this week.
32.
You remember on Monday that Jeremy raced into a 3-0 lead. Thornton won 4-3. Is Jeremy going to return the favour? He's got all the time in the world, but can he get it between the posts?
No score.
Well, he's hit the post. He's hit the barrel of that first dart.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
180. Jeremy Roy, 32.
There's the antics. He's letting his opponent know. Tell you what, that's not ideal. He has to move across to the bed. Wow, there's the left answer. All he's aiming for is double 8. And
No
hopefully
score.
it was going to sink then into the
Robert
16
Roy,
bed.
73.
And typical of darts, Thornton's going to get one dart to tops.
Game.
That's
shot,
all he
and the
requires.
match, Robert
Jeremy
Thornton.
Fagg was a tale of missed opportunities there in that match for Robert Thornton. At times, he went from the sublime to the ridiculous. But it's Robert Thornton who just puts his head above the parapet and says, hey, top two, I'm still here. Well, Mike Warburton needs to do some damage, and he's up next against the bottom of the table, Sven Verdonk.
So everybody with 3 games left to play now in Group A, and we will take a look at how the land lies in the table, because Mike Warburton, despite losing his previous match, has still hung on to that 2-point advantage over Jeremy Fagg, because Robert Thornton beat him to keep himself just about in the fight. Still a big task for the Thorns. So Warburton with the opportunity now to put some more distance between himself and the chasing pack. He takes on Sven Verdonk, who won his last match, and don't forget, Warburton was beaten by his Belgian compatriot John Desramo when he was last on the stage. Right, let's get this one underway. An important match for Mike Warburton, and it will be described by Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. Just a couple of pointers on what you stated there. The fact that Mike Warburton was so disappointed in John Desramo defeat, the good thing. 2 reasons from my point of view. He's pretty much straight back on to put right that wrong. And he's also playing the one player he probably wants to play, because Sven's been very poor today. The 47-year-old, let's get that right, from Belgium, has been quite poor. But what I would say, they've had a couple of gruelers between these 2 players. One game was just bordering half an hour between them, of which Verdonk got over the line. I've used the word unruffled for this guy. And boy, does he need that attribute to the maximum right now. We just need to focus on what he's doing. He's the better player right now, been the better player this week. And he's just got to keep all that positive. He can't get dragged into one of the slugfests that we've had already between these 2. He's just got to focus on just winning in 15 darts. Easier said than done, Itch.
But look at the eyes of Mike Warburton. Well, I was just looking at him during the practice darts. This is a man that knew the previous result. This is a man that knows that 60. He has it in his hands. He is a man who knows that he is standing on the brink of Saturday night. Look at him.
Yeah, good spot. He did look focused right between it there. There was a real steely determination. That's maybe telling me that I think he possibly thought the job was done when he beat Robert Thornton, and with Jeremy losing his first game. And maybe just took his eyes off the prize against John Desramo. But well spotted there, Henry. Seems to have a real focus. He stood behind Sven. And there Sven was throwing that fake dart. He's, like I said, it's just something that's crept into his game when he's not playing well. And I think Henry got it spot on. He is overthinking everything there right now.
25.
The best we've seen of Sven Verdonk was the middle of yesterday, and he was just thrown as quick as the other players.
But there is a fire in the belly of the dragon.
100.
His trademark has been tunning players into submission. Sometimes you don't need the flair. You don't need the flamboyance to be brilliant. Sometimes it can be a case of the tortoise and the hare, where the steady is the one that wins the race.
100.
Yeah, great analogy. Well, the hare right now is the Welshman. I think Henry alluded to, just he saw something when he was stood behind Sven. He just had a real determination about him. I think he was absolutely gone back to that players area and said, "You're not going to throw this away now, Mike. You're going to get back in the next game. It's a game I know I can win. I can only lose the game myself." Is probably the mentality he's gone up there, because
121.
Sven's averaging, between 60 and 80 today. Doesn't he do anything special here? Just back to a treble 20 bed. And I quite like them 3 darts. Just lays up with a 64. Making Sven Verdonk must hit at least 65 for a finish. Like I say, he's a real FDM, a real first dart merchant, the Belgian. And that's absolutely perfection. And yesterday we talked so much how when he's out of legs, his best darts with his last 3 is what we call the setup play.
105.
He's giving himself an opportunity there with a 130. As Warburton looks at the 16 and 8 bed. He won't panic, a fat 16. This will be telling.
44.
And this could be monstrous. As Verdonk can take this 130 because when you're never in a leg and you win it, Verdonk's on a high. Warburton is then it's tough to recover from that. And how many times? He's a couple of 80 finishes, Henry, as well, and he's trickled into that fight. You've got to play it fairly safe with the first dart. Just a little 54. Bit too aggressive for me.
Mike O'Hare, 20.
So double 10 for 1-0. Another 6-visit leg.
Game shot on the
And
first leg.
the players that have been
Warburton.
successful this week have been nailing 16 darters off the lampshades.
Second leg, Mike to throw first. Game on.
It's just proficient. It is just efficient. It is enough to get the job done.
And it was a breaker throw as well, which is
60.
just as important. But there's the grit of the teeth there. He's putting everything he can in this game to get a 4-point lead. Going through the mid-games. Leading himself 2 games after that. It just whets the appetite, doesn't it? The Jeremy Fagg game against Mike Warburton. Will it come down to that? Or has Robert Thornton still got something to play in this?
$41.
Quiet players' room today, isn't it? Barring the little bit of music which they're allowed in there, I think. Timing. But I think all the camaraderie, the relationships being built in there the past couple of days. Now you just feel everyone's in their own zone right now. Everyone's got something to fight for.
60.
And that 180 could be quite telling. 140 ahead plus these.
You mentioned in the last game what you want to see more from Mike Warburton is converting 1 triple visits into 2. In this game, he's doing that. And as a consequence, well, he is dishing out. And the men a little bit of a toweling on Verdonk, who, well, the scores in this leg can verify it. 161 after 9, averaging a ton. That's more like it from Verdonk.
Yeah, it's like a dance, isn't it, that Sven does. He's moving across the hockey. That's just sometimes he's just not let go on the dart. He doesn't need to go for the treble 17, but maybe he just wants to make a statement. There was no doubt in his mind he was going to make a statement. That 161 was absolutely fantastic, and the finish of the week so far. Didn't even consider laying up there.
To throw first.
The bullseye's what he wanted.
Game
Not
on.
only is he making a statement in this match, he's just reminding the players in the area that he's still feeling rather good about himself. I think you hit the nail on the head. You've seen something as he stood behind before the dart was thrown. You just sort of said to me, we're going to see the performance of the week from him here.
Not a flicker of emotion.
$100.
Unhinged, unmoved, and is he going to be unmovable and immovable in this table?
There's that dance. He moves across, just trying to let go of that dart right at the right time. One person who used to bring his arm like that, similar, was Simon Whitlock. He used to bring his dart until the bullseye was in his eye. I'll tell you what, I think Mike Warburton thinks he's playing just a practice session on his own right up there. And I think that's the route to take when you're playing someone like Sven.
$81.
I think we're looking at 2 players whose body language couldn't be more differentiating. Warburton is in complete control of everything, his emotions, his darts, his everything.
96.
Whereas Sven Verdonk, I'm just getting the sense and the feeling now that it's becoming a little bit chore-like. Everything's becoming hard work.
140.
He's having to try for everything.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of his game anyway. Every dart is an effort where some people make the game look ridiculously easy. This is actually Sven's best leg of the day so far. But how many times on 80 has he trickled into the 5? If he's learned anything, he should just be aiming just above the treble 20. You have to throw straight on 80. That's a third time. Yeah, that's just the 3rd time. And I think he's just been too aggressive on that treble 20. And I can assure him if he goes just above it, it will drop in. Because what a lot of players don't
60.
take into consideration
Mike
is that
O'Hara,
tension in your arm when you come to a
124.
double. And Mike Warburton, just a one treble needed for 14 bull. Or treble 14, double 11. And the way he's playing right now, you have to fancy this.
113.
Sorry, Mike. You're
Sven
forgetting I'm not to
O'Hara,
make
20.
predictions.
What do you predict here?
That's unfair. Unfair on Sven. I think he hits it
Change on the
first
third
out.
leg, Sven Verdonk.
It's easy to say it after the event. In the event of leg
Fourth leg,
3,
Mike, to
Sven Verdonk
throw
has brought it back to
first.
2-1, but Warburton has the throw to
Game on.
re-establish that 2-leg cushion again.
Yeah, we're coming to the real conclusion of Group A now, so don't forget, get at MSS Darts on Twitter.
81.
Give us a follow. That does a 180. Any questions? Any thoughts? Who's going to win today?
Had a few comments and observations come in. Even had a tweet from Chris Doby today.
100.
Has he been nice?
Definitely showing his support for Middlesbrough.
Yeah. He'll be on. He was always taking the Michael out of Sunderland overnight.
140.
Sure, I'll be getting messages at 10 o'clock tonight if Middlesbrough don't do the job, so we can hope and pray. My manager's just sent me a lovely message there to say if Middlesbrough win tonight, there's 2 tickets there at Wembley for me.
85.
Don't tell him I'm in single finger. Devastating. Can you take my place?
I'll be more than happy.
85.
Be more than happy, yeah. Last time I left Portsmouth was 1982.
Brian Robson, England against France. Get in.
Is that the same year Ipswich won the UEFA Cup?
Here's Ed Alkmaar. You sat with an egghead, see? Ask me any question on food and drink.
140.
Great Dartham for Dunk. Mike Warburton just beginning to be after a really solid start. For Dunk from nowhere.
60.
He's on the cusp of 2-2. What he'd give for a 140 right now, because Mike Warburton's 135 is not nice. So it's just pretend it's just about setup play now. 2 hurdles to jump over.
100.
Clears it with a
Mike
plum.
O'Hara, 135.
Bullseye. Treble 15, which is hit already today. This is massive. And once
Change on the
again,
fourth
every
leg,
question that's
Mike
been asked of
Warburton.
Mike Warburton, he comes up and absolutely delivers. There's the sportsmanship between the pair of them. Just
Just
remember
let
that
Sven
145
do
finish from Mike
throwers.
Warburton and a 135 there. That is a statement of intent.
That's 2-ton plus finishes in the match. When he's needed to put in something, when he wanted to lay down the gauntlet, well, he's basically saying to the rest of the field,
43.
come and catch me if you can.
Yeah, the 161 was lovely, but he had no pressure, and you know the guy was in the 200s. The 145, Desmond was sat on 16,
60.
and in that one there, it was your opponent sat in 76 for a 135. Fair play.
Just watching him in the background. And I know I keep looking at him, and I know I keep analysing his mannerisms.
100.
But there's so many players in this scenario that would feel it or try too hard. He's keeping it in check, as well as I think anyone has.
100.
Yeah, it's one of his strengths. It's not easy to do, but I do think emotionally you can be using up a lot of energy by watching someone throw dart after dart. I mean, we can sort of get mesmerised sometimes looking at the dartboard all day. I mean, it's working for Mike, But I think he should just be
43.
maybe just looking somewhere else away from the dart. But it's working for him. So he's probably saying what you're talking about. But you can use up so much energy when you're watching your opponent take 20-odd seconds to throw 3 darts.
100.
Well, there's the nod of appreciation with that final dart going in the treble 20. He can see the winning line now. Now you're hoping for a treble-less visit from your opponent. Once again, under the treble, and that tells me that Sven's not comfortable. He's having to dictate the dart. He's having to work at the dart, and hence the reason he keeps pulling away with a few darts.
60.
Treble-less visit. So now, for Mike Warburton, all he's thinking, give me a 140.
The first dart is sat perfectly. Oh, what a time for a maximum!
Easy.
This is absolutely stupendous for Mike Warburton. .104 average. His second max of the match leaves him on 61 after 12 to get a victory which would put him on to 20 points. A magical mark here in Group A.
$76. Mikey requires 61.
Doesn't need to go for the bull. Treble 15's good. I think he will. The double 18. And it's a demolition job by Mike Warburton over Sven Verdonk. An exceptional in many reasons. On the back of a devastating loss against John Desmarais, he races off the stage there, and look at the tail of the tape there. 102.49 average. 4 from 7 on the checkout. A 161 to complement another 135 finish. It's an outstanding performance from Mike Warburton. Robert Thornton, follow that. You're up next against Mark Borelli.
Mark Barilli in action next, and it is a bit of an anniversary for him. On this day in 2009, Barilli made it to the final of the Welsh Open, one of his best career achievements. Another might be beating Robert Thornton 4-0. He managed that on Monday, but Robert got his revenge yesterday, reversing that result. Thornton again now in that position where if he loses, he can no longer mathematically top the table. And if Barilli loses, well, his Group C place will be confirmed. So we will know something for sure at the end of this one. And to talk you through it, it's back to Henry and Glenn.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. So, what we're going to see in this Battle of the Scots, Thornton up against Barilli. And, well, after that win for Warburton, that's pretty much putting Robert Thornton in the position. He's got to win everything and then hope for other things elsewhere. Next up, after this, Desimo up against Fag as well. So this battle for Group A, Glory is going to develop before our eyes in the next, say, half an hour or so. He started games like a steam train, Robert Thornton. His first legs in every game have been impressive. In his game against Jeremy Fag, he won the first leg in the space of 15. In the opening leg against Mike Warburton, he won it in 14. He started games well. The only thing we may
81
caveat is in that first game against Warby, it didn't quite correlate for the full duration. But against Jeremy Fag, 87-85 average, 4 out of 7. Very proficient when it came to the doubling in that particular encounter. Looking for Max to leave a ton.
140.
I wonder if it's going to be frustrating for Robert if he finishes really, really well today, that he's left all his best starts to, you know, late Wednesday, or does he go into Group B thinking, I found my form now? A tough one to read, he won't, because he's always positive. I don't know if you always get the true answers from Rob.
40.
Seems a long time ago when Barilli, game 2 of his on Monday, when he beat Robert Thornton, you were beginning to think,
Robert, you require 100.
I wonder if it's a week for him. 2 tops.
60. Mark, you require 90.
And when you're on 90, all you're thinking of, just 2 straight darts that leave me the bull. That's where the steam comes out of your ears when you don't even give yourself, hence the reason of the head shake.
32. Robert, you require 40.
And when you're stood behind Robert when he wants 40, you think the outcome's only one thing.
Game shot of the first leg,
And it's
Robert
exactly
Thornton.
that. Is Mark Barilli just going through the motions now, H?
Second leg, Robert.
It's very easy at this
first.
point, isn't it, to hit a psychological wall. He knows that his fate's going to be Group C tomorrow and Friday. And
42.
naturally, it's difficult to play your best when the adrenaline that actually goes through the body goes.
134.
You know, for some players that's good, but you feel like Barilli needs that. You can see he's a bouncy, quick character.
81.
And you feel like he needs to play with the adrenaline. So for some players, when you lose the nerves in your plays, suddenly they're playing the best darts, but
140.
it's better.
Needs to be some venom, hasn't there, towards his play to bring out the best.
58.
How would you
45.
rate Barilli's chances in Group C tomorrow and Friday?
I mean, I've seen Mark Barilli at his best. You know, this week he hasn't. On Monday, I was getting excited for him. I like him, what I'm seeing there, the concentration levels, but
140.
some good players to come into Group C as well. It's going to be a very, very difficult group, and 2 from 6 is very, very difficult over the 2 days.
95.
I'd be surprised if he's there Saturday night, but a couple of times as I've walked through the players area, he's clearly listening to what I'm saying, and I think he'd like to prove me and himself wrong.
100. Mark, you require
I
87.
think it's going to be a tough ask.
How difficult ask is the bullseye going to be?
49. Robert, you require 80.
Not to be. And so Thornton for a 2-0 lead It's going to get a dart at tops.
40.
And it's come clattering off the barrel of that dart there.
Mark required.
It looked pitch
38.
perfect, apart from the obstacle in the way.
$30.
Doesn't get any closer than that. He's been very aggressive on that double 19.
40.
Partner was thinking he might lay up, but just not in his character. It was last start last time for Thornton.
Game shot
Second
second
time
leg,
this time.
Robert Thornton.
In rapid quick time, it's 2-0 to Thornton.
Third leg mark to throw first. Game on.
Hasn't been vintage Thornton, but it's been enough.
It hasn't been vintage Thornton all week, has it really? Let's be totally honest with you.
56.
We've talked about Mark Borelli's chances. You know, there's just no way I would ever say Group B. You know, it's going to be unlikely Thornton gets through because no matter what group he's in,
100.
there's not many players I can think of where he's not once again going to be the headline act. And I just think he has something to prove on Saturday night if and when he gets there.
26.
He knows how to get there. I remember the disappointment when Matt Clark beat him in the final. It was get me off the stage. It was just the frustration was sort of
45.
really hurting. And I just think he's got unfinished business this week. And as long as he doesn't panic, that Group B playing on the night might just suit him.
95.
For everything he's achieved in the last 12 months or so, this has been the one thing that for him he wants to
60.
succeed in. The fact that he's missed out and come so close so many times on a Saturday night, it's beginning to stick out like a sore thumb to him.
85.
Look, there's a lot of players who are probably feeling like that. I mean, we've only had 3 series winners. You know, only the
140.
elites so far are getting through those, but he keeps knocking on that door. And let's be honest with you, Champions Week with Robert Thornton in just makes it a bit better, doesn't it?
I don't mean this as a disrespect to
59.
anyone,
Robert
but Robert Thornton is one of the
156.
biggest names that we attract in this competition. Can he provide a big finish? Not this time. But he's going to set up
140.
superbly. He's a massive name in the sport. And he's a headline act in any tournament he plays in, whether it's the seniors, whether it's this.
100.
Even if he went
Robert requires 16.
on to play PDC darts, he'd still be a big name.
Leg, Robert Thornton.
I think it was Robert Owen who said that Robert Thornton is still one of them seniors who should be playing and have a
Fourth leg,
professional tour
Robert to
card.
throw first. Game on.
But fair play to the seniors too. Robert Thornton decided he wanted to go and win and regain his title and didn't even go to Q-Skill.
100.
And how dangerous has he been in the seniors events because of scoring like that? And I think he's found a balance in his career now where he's found that right balance. He knows what
60.
he wants to achieve in the game. And he's got that balance between enjoying the darts that he plays, but still having that
80.
real serious competitive nature about it.
Yeah, he's very busy on the exhibition circuit and you know, the World Senior seems to be getting bigger and bigger.
100.
Because by playing this and playing the seniors,
60.
he's still getting a lot of match time, but he's not having to do what he would have done previously for so many years, and that's live out of a suitcase.
Yeah, I mean, people just think they just see the stages, the match plays, Ali Pali, and
91.
you know, the rest. But you know, it's tough. The life of a dart player is very tough. But I would say to any single dart player, especially the players in the top 16, the grass isn't greener on the other
140.
side. That I can tell you. I'm just as busy as a non-dart player, but monetary-wise and everything, you don't realise how lucky you are.
96.
When I was in the top 16,
Robert
you're getting
Drouhard,
invites.
41.
There's 41 here for Robert Thornton in a super quick time. Very professional.
Game.
Absolutely
Shot. And that's
outstanding. Has Robert Thornton produced his best? Just a little bit too late for him. But Mark Borelli, he just seems to be going through the motions. Only one winner in that game. Robert Thornton, that's what he's all about. Big whitewash win. And next up, it's time for Jeremy Fagg to stand up and be counted against John Desmarais.
Welcome back. A couple of enormous encounters in the race for top spot in Group A. About to go back-to-back with second place Jeremy Fagg and league leader Mike Warburton playing in the next couple of games. Fagg's fixture right now is against Belgium's John Desrimo, who has won both of his games so far today. Defeat here would not quite put Jeremy's bid beyond repair, but it does have the feeling of a do-or-die kind of contest. I'll be interested to hear how Glenn Durrant sees it. He is alongside Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, it's quite a difficult one. If you'd have asked me this morning, I would have said there's only going to be one winner. But it hasn't been the day for Jeremy Fagg, and what a time to sort of run out of steam a little bit. Albeit you feel like he's played, you know, a couple of his difficult games, and he's still got that massive game to come where he'd love to still be in the running against Mike Warburton for his final game.
First
But the
leg,
guy in
John
your picture right now, for me, has
first.
been the player of the day, John
Game on.
Desmaro. I don't mean the referee, by the way, albeit he's done a fantastic day, as Danny McNamara. But the guy in your picture there, I think, has been the most improved. I've liked his attitude. I
43.
think it's been quite refreshing. He hasn't sulked. He hasn't moped. You know, he's continued to smile. He's appreciating to be here. But it's times like this that you find out more about someone's character. And everything's going so well for Jeremy this week. Played 4 out of 5 both days. But at the moment, he's played 2 and lost 2. And let's just see what he's made of. Because just reading social media, a lot of his friends are responding
81.
with, there's still more in the tank, Jeremy. And, you know, we haven't seen the best of him is the feeling I'm getting. So now it's time to stand up and be counted. So, in answer to your question, Chris, I would have said it was a
60.
gimme this morning to Jeremy. Now, I'm not so sure.
But this is the thing. We have a player in John Desimo's position. One of two things can
44.
happen. Either they have a real struggle on the third day, maybe go 0 from 5, or they can go the other way. They look at the glass as half full as opposed to half
60.
empty and try and get themselves in the best possible way for Thursday and Friday. And that's exactly what John's done so far today.
We say so far because he's opened up very, very
94.
poorly in this leg of that. That's his first treble. Jeremy's averages are nowhere near where they've been the rest of the week.
44.
Maybe it's the colour of the shirt. Very proudly he's wearing that one. I was telling Henry yesterday. But when it gets into your mind where you think it's a colour of your shirt, a different pair of
137.
underpants, a different pair of socks, that's when you have real problems. That's the perfect dart. Fully expect him to follow. When he's on that upper part of the treble 21st dart, just give him the 180 without even asking. Bullseye or treble 14. Now, I like treble 14 for one reason there, and that's because it's a bigger target than a
42.
bullseye. If I was well ahead in the leg,
57.
I would go for the bull. As Jeremy looks at fat 17, 2 darts at tops. The double 10. He could have done with Robert
37.
Thornton's arm on double 10. He's barely
Johnny
missed it.
requires 60.
And all of a sudden, Desmaro has a chance. The perfect dart doesn't need to move across the hockey. Yes, he doesn't like that one.
50.
Tale of missed opportunities already in this match.
20.
Both players have missed a couple of darts at double. But Jeremy Fagg breaks the throw of John Desimo in the opener. It is must-win territory pretty much for him now, you said.
Second leg, Jeremy
Wins
to
this.
throw first.
And it will be a case
on.
of 2 points splitting him and Mike Warburton after round 13. Remember, they meet in the final match of the session, and so game 14 of 15 will be a hugely significant one. Jeremy's got
85.
Sven Verdonk in that round of fixtures, whilst Mike Warburton plays Mark Barilli.
You have to feel both will win that game, so I'm already looking at if you are at legs difference.
There's hardly anything to split them. Plus 18, plus 15. If Jeremy wins, then the minimum it's going to be is plus 16. So it's going to be a couple of leg chasm in that.
134.
I think Mike Warburton's had a few
140.
experience at the MODUS Super Series where the last game has really caught him some hurt. And I'm just thinking if Jeremy could win his next 2 games and that last deciding match and he loses on legs difference. Wow. That's what you can't help as a commentator, looking at if, buts and maybes.
81.
What we should be doing is just focusing on this game. For Jeremy here, you feel a 2 treble visit is required.
45.
Well, that 45 means that Desimo's got 6 here from 182 to level up proceedings.
58.
Comes up dry there, and so reopens the door for the Australian. And he may be cramming it open here. Brilliant setup. And so now this 1-2-4 quite simply has to go. And it's not, because he's had a little bit of a sprayer.
43. Jeremy requires 74.
74 for 2-0. All about the 14s here. 20 for tops. Tops for 2-0.
54.
Drags below, and so Desimo is back for 81.
Jeremy require 81.
You can see the visual disappointment there. He's just replaying that match in his mind. The bullseye. And this is when he's better, when he stops for a second.
The second leg.
I don't want to sort of call that one, but the times he sort of does a Rob Cross and just gives himself a second. The 2 best darter doubles I've seen from him, or the 2 most memorable, is when he's done that. Sometimes when he's
John to throw first.
staying in the rhythm with the last dart, he can seem to be really searching for that double. And how a match can change so quickly.
How everything can change. But for the first time this week, just saw a little bit of a phantom throw there from Jeremy Farry. I haven't really seen that in his game up until now.
Yeah, I think he was replaying that double top in his mind because... Yeah, it's just, I mean, they'll be thinking now, we're coming to the real nitty-gritty, we're coming to the conclusion of Group A now. Like I said, you don't win the MODUS Super Series in Group
100.
A, but you can sort of lay foundations for you, winning it a couple of days off, or just giving yourself that momentum to get into Group B or Group C. This is where you start seeing the real attributes, not necessarily the natural skills. This is where your hard work and determination comes in. This is where a little bit of bottle comes in, a little bit of composure. That's what you're seeing differently about these players, and this guy's been superb today.
123.
The Killer B is buzzing.
Nicking my jokes as well, I can't believe it. You didn't even flinch when I quoted that yesterday.
John, you require 157.
The sting in your tail, that's certainly...
Sorry, honey.
125.
Great darts once again from the Belgian.
$60. John, you require 32.
Not a lot to see in that bed.
16.
Just had to jump over it there. No panic with Jeremy Fagg all the way back on 196. But there's something about hitting a 12-13 darter, and that'll be frustrating for Desmond. So he'll want to put this double 8 to bed.
John, you require 16.
He doesn't want to present another opportunity. He doesn't want things to get scrappy or get nervy. That's not a bad first start if he can move across, because he's got something to aim at. But he pulls it too far inside, and so long we go for double 4, but he moves that inside, and suddenly things can get a little bit messy for the Belgium as Jeremy returns for 96 to break the throw, to take the lead at 2-1, and to put him halfway towards the victory post.
I could hear the groans there from Mike Warburton. 76, 2 double 19s is what I like. Done that against Phil Taylor at the weekend. Not that I've mentioned it to you. He thought I was taking the Michael.
76.
Double two for the Belgian.
Require 4.
He's been all over the place with his doubles. Scored fantastically well, but the end product hasn't been there.
2.
9 missed
Jeremy
darts at a
require
double.
20.
He was on a double after 12 darts. And he may well lose the leg.
That could have so easily been double 15 there. Sometimes when it's your day. Wow.
15.
Tension, Glenn. Pure
Jeremy
tension.
require 2.
Yeah, the core commentators looked at each other there. Raised eyebrow. That could have been anywhere. I'm telling you, this goes in. Have a stinker of a dart.
Game
Followed by
shot
one
of the
going
third leg,
smack
John
in the middle.
Desremer.
Because all of a sudden that raise of the eyebrow there, the tension leaves your body. You exhale a breath and you
Fourth leg,
smack the
Jeremy
double
to
one in.
throw first. Game on.
That was the purest version of one up, one in, wasn't it?
One up, one in. Disappointing in Jeremy
91.
today.
There was no sign that this was coming.
No.
Sometimes we can see with players that maybe have a lead overnight, but there's been one or two performances in there where you query and you question mark.
125.
You look at the first 2 days, there's not been anything to suggest that this was incoming.
Even his darts don't look like they're
40.
sitting like they were. The trajectory, just how straight they're going, and they're trickling into that 5 bed. For John, his scoring's been powerful today.
83.
Correct thing to do, just to move across the bed. And what you can all of a sudden do, and all he's doing is looking at that second dart
60.
there and just trying, as if it's a hurdle in a horse race, just trying to lob over it.
$60.
Time 40 here would be ideal.
$59.
I like the 19s on 233. 7 of them would leave 100 finish. A single 7 makes you think, why didn't I stay on the 20s?
87.
Just gone a little bit messy this leg, but it's huge. That one's difference between 3-1 and 2-2 in this best of 7 format. This is the Jeremy Fagg that's been playing Monday, Tuesday.
100.
If you're joining us for the first time, this guy has been absolutely consistently superb. Today he's just not been at the races, but that's what he can produce.
58. Jeremy requires 71.
The double 16.
$55. John, you require 88.
And this is an opportunity. You're thinking a potential bull. He went aggressive, but it is the bull.
45.
I can assure you that was for the bull.
Jeremy requires 16.
And so Jeremy returns for double 8 for 2 apiece. And you feel like this is a bit of a get out of jail free card here. Both of the
Game shot of the fourth
next
leg,
he's won, and it
Jeremy
is level at
Fagg.
2 apiece. It's Desimo 2-2 again. And it's a crucial best of 3 now. It could change everything in one way or t'other in terms of this
Fifth
Group
leg
A
on to
race.
throw first. Game on.
It's been a poor match.
100.
Not necessarily in the scoring phase. 2 180s from Jeremy being the highlight. Some of the darts of doubles have been, you can sort of feel the tension.
57.
Some of the best darts this week has been roundabout now as well, sort of
60.
the middle of the day. I was expecting better from both. Quite simply, This is the reason why for me in this match.
58.
27 darts at a double. And only 4 being hit. When you're under 20%, 13% for John Desmaron, 16% for Jeremy, that's poor.
27.
There's been more missed doubles than a whiskey order on the Wetherspoons app.
Or any other chain of public houses.
Someone's just got to try and pull themselves together, just try and just
100.
compose themselves for a couple of legs and just find a way to get over the line. It's not going to be pretty. But for Jeremy, he's just got to find a way of just conjuring something
95.
up amidst the turmoil. And if he can, it could be game-changing in the group.
96.
Wolverton be ready to come after this.
157.
There are groans in that practice room next door. They're sensing what could possibly be happening here in the next couple of minutes.
I'm thinking Warby knows he doesn't want to
82.
go to that last leg because he's had them
John, you're
disappointments in final
118.
games. Obviously a win here for John Desmaron. What was that all about? 17s he's going for.
40.
17 treble, 17
Jeremy
bull I
Robards,
think was the route there.
75.
Now is not the time for experimenting. It's a fat 18 in a match where one bit of magic could be the telling point. There's the fist pump. He knows exactly what that means. Sometimes you have to win ugly. This has been pretty rubbish game in the sense that these two are very, very good players. They know that. But there's something about when you come through a real grueler of a game that you start thinking, even if I'm playing my C game, I'm winning games. Does he have his eye already on the Mike Warburton game?
60.
Would it have been better for Jeremy to have the game with Mike early on in the day? But John Desmaron, like I said, he was potentially 3 out of 3 today.
60.
Well, effectively, you're not just playing against your opponent at this point. You're playing against yourself too, because you're going to get in your own mind because of the performance levels.
100.
And that's when you have the potential of trying too hard. You're trying to implement changes mid-game, and then that happens. They're two pretty beautifully thrown darts and no reward.
If he can find a flourish here and find something beautiful
140.
amidst the myriad of mediocrity, then he may well just give himself some hope.
Can I just say it was myriad of mediocrity and then a little nod to me there to say, I'm a journalist. That's my background. Have it.
Just proud. That university education may have paid off in the end. Will the turmoil pay off for Jeremy Fagg, leaving 104 after 12 to get the game won?
60. Jeremy Roy 104.
It'd be totally ironic if he wins this game with a ton-topping finish. Goes 16, so his opponent back on 2-2-1. And so it is going to be one dart in his hand at tops.
84.
But it drags underneath. But he is going to return for the double 10 with Desmaron on 2-2-1.
98. Jeremy Roy 20.
Jeremy Booth satisfied with a win, but he won't be over the moon with a performance. But it's a big 2 points incoming. In the context of the whole of the group, important dart.
Game, shot.
And that's a big win for Jeremy Fagg. Nowhere near his best. In fact, both players were as they shake hands. You can see the relief in the Aussie there, and you can feel the frustration from Mike Warburton from here. The tail of the tape, not an awful lot, but what the tail of the tape tells me there is that the finishing was a case of missed opportunity for both players. But Jeremy Fagg, that keeps up his relentless route to the top. And next up we have Mike Warburton, top of the table against Mark Borelli.
Well, the question has been asked by Jeremy Fagg. Can Mike Warburton respond? The Welshman looking to restore a 4-point lead at the top of the table by winning his penultimate match of the group. Don't forget, though, he plays his last match against Jeremy Fagg, so even if he does win this game, it could still end up being a straight shootout. He takes on Mark Borelli, sitting in 5th place, condemned, of course, to Group C. But he has beaten Thornton, Fagg and Warburton, the top 3, already in a hit-and-miss week this week. Let's see if he can get another win over Warby that would make this already exciting group even more so. Back to Glenn and Henry.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. It's even getting to a stage now where if Mark Borelli, if Mike Warburton wins 4-0 here, and Jeremy Fagg only wins sort of 4-3. It's getting to that stage now where we get the abacus out. I think as a neutral, we would love to see a winner takes all between Jeremy Fagg and Mike Warburton. Mark Borelli, it's been a tough week. Started off brightly. Might just sort of pear-shaped off a little bit. He's showed glimpses of what he can do. I think he enjoys playing Mike Warburton. I think the pace and everything suits him. Let's hope we see the very, very best from him here.
He's been playing with an aura today. He's played like the alpha male of the group. He's imposed himself upon his opponents, imposed himself on the stage.
It was interesting because when I had a little short break after his game, and I bumped into him and he said he was absolutely fuming still. losing to John Desmarais. He said, but I really focused. And I said, funny enough, I said that was highlighted in the commentary box. I said, picked up by Henry as well. He said, I'm back in a real zone here, Glenn. I don't want to go to the last match. I thought that was quite telling without him realising what he was saying there. Sort of big win over Mark Borelli is what he really wants. And the last thing he wants to see is Mark Borelli peppering that treble 20, but that's what the response that he needs on Monday. The only thing missing from Mike Warburton's game was the big 180. He's now the biggest 180 hitter of Group A. That's how well he's picked up his game and his scoring power.
And it's like he's picked the pace up a little bit here, Mike Warburton, and that injection of pace has been to his benefit.
It's usually to the benefit of Mark Borelli as well, but yeah, he's definitely sped up his game. I didn't particularly think he needed to do that, but he knows his game better than I do. The one dart to tops.
Game shot on the first leg, Mike Warburton.
Absolutely beautiful. Every question that's been asked so far from Mike Warburton,
second leg mark,
he's delivering. He's in a good headspace. He's really focused. He's got that balance right now of really high scoring and complementing it now with big finishes as well. He's looking the real deal.
Since a disappointing 4-0 defeat to Jeremy Fagg at the end of the opening day's action, he has lost just once since. Went through the card perfectly on Tuesday, then beat Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 1. Lost out
43
to John Desimo 4-3. But then the recovery in his previous match in Sven Verdonk, 102.5 average.
100.
He's coming along those levels here. He's plateauing at a very good level.
43.
He's itching to get to the hockey. That's just a really good telltale sign that he's feeling good. And you talk about that loss in the final game of Monday. It was poor. It was by far his worst. And I had concerns that is he peaking too early in the day. But
60.
A nice 4-0 victory very late last night. Last game even was telling me that he's just beginning to work out and planning his day. This is good stuff.
177.
Beautiful dart hitch.
Imperious, mercurial, magical for Mike Warburton, leaving double 12 after 12 for a 2-0 lead in next to no time at all. He is looking to slam the door shut and run his way through to finals night, but he is going to come back for that double 6 because the scoring power has been too much for Borelli.
Yeah, he had a little nervous look at what Borelli was on because
140.
Borelli is very much of a flair player where he can come into his own at any time. He'll want to put this to bed now.
Giving shot on the second leg, Mike Warburton.
That double 6 bed, it's rapid time again. It's 2-0 up. It's very impressive. And I'm also looking at the sort of the legs difference at this point as well. Even if they play each other, he's still got that 2-point advantage. If he can just complement that also with a big leg difference, it could mean that a final game means nothing.
That was 31 darts for the first 2 legs, Glenn. He's going along at a very good pace.
He's definitely picked up the pace. Whether that was a strategic decision or how he's feeling about himself, that's maybe something we can ask him on the balcony afterwards. If he is to go and top the group. It's a beautiful game to play, Henry, when you're playing well. You know, it's for Mark Borelli,
98.
It's, you know, sometimes yesterday he felt like he wanted the stage to swallow him up. But when things are really going nicely, there's no better game in the world.
60.
Can you up there on the stage? You know, we talk as commentators, oh, they won't feel like missing. Can you go on that stage and genuinely have that feeling that whatever you do, that's a fantastic setup for Brady. Whatever you do, you feel like you're not losing, you're not missing anything.
Yeah, and strangely enough, the parallel I'll give that was mine was against Conan Whitehead in Chelsea. Being at the venue 12 hours. There was just something about that Chelsea stage, something that had been there and done it and won on that stage. and I felt absolutely tremendous. And no matter what he threw at me,
Mike require 141.
and I just think Mike just really loves his best darts this year has been on the Modus stage. The double 12. Some of the finishing today has been absolutely magnificent. 161, 135, and the 141 there. The guy is on a mission. The guy is flying. Mike Warburton. Take a bow, sir.
Game on.
Wouldn't even engage in a little bit of banter as Barilli had a little bit of a chuckle to himself as the fact that he thought Mike was throwing first. It was just a typical, well, go on, son. Throw your darts.
It all stemmed from that 145 earlier as well. That moment when John Desmarais was sat on double 8. And he checked out on 145, and since then a 161, a 135, and that 41. Beautiful 141. And Mark Barilli, you just feel just going through the motions right now.
$100
plus 22 in legs he would go on here.
I think it gets to the point where it becomes a bit unassailable.
140.
Could get to the stage where Jeremy not only has to win his next game, which you'd fancy him to beat Sven Verdonk, but he'd get to a stage even a 4-3 win won't be
60.
enough against Mike Warburton. He could be looking at, he needs a 4-0 swing. The abacus is out.
40.
And that 40 has just opened up the door for Mike Warburton with 6 darts against the throw to get this job done 4-0. And to get in, out, on and off the stage, possibly within the space of 8 minutes. That's saying to the rest of the opposition, well, I've done my job. Thanks for coming. What are you going to do now?
Yeah, when you think Mike was involved in a 27-minute match
78.
this week.
Mike
That's that adaptability I'm talking about. He's very happy playing at the pace of Mark Barilli. And you just felt that was going to go there, didn't you? So 68. Look at the eyes on the treble 20. Doesn't waver.
98. Mark require 144.
Really beautiful performance, this.
And he's now on the verge. Barilli can't take out the 144, and so Warburton is back for 48 to seal a 4-0 success. It's going to be 2 darts at tops, and now double 10 to put Warburton on the brink. And with every single passing game, he is getting a step closer towards finals night. And look at the focus on his eyes when he won that game 4-0. There was no outburst of celebration. It was a business-like handshake with Mark Barilli. He did so over 93-94 average, 4 out of 8 on the doubles, and that magnificent 1-4-1 checkout. Warburton is edging closer towards the winner's enclosure. Jeremy Fagg is in must-win territory now against Sven Verdonk after this short break.
Welcome back. Right, everything now is on this match in this group. We know most things in Group A. The bottom three, Sven Verdonk, Mark Barilli, John Desramo, will all go into Group C. Robert Thornton will go into Group B. Jeremy Fagg still has a chance of winning the group, but he must win this match. The bigger the win, the bigger the chance. But first of all, just needs to focus on getting the 2 points to get himself within 2 points of the league leader, Mike Warburton, who he then would face in a winner-takes-all contest. So, big game for the Australian, taking on the Belgian Sven Verdonk, and Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon are ready to guide you through the action.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. It sort of reminds me a little bit of the Grand Slam when you're not only thinking of your win, you're also thinking of legs difference, and it's quite a unique experience to go through that. My recommendation to Jeremy is just to play and win the match. He's going to get time to think when you're standing behind Sven
Jeremy
Verdonk.
to throw first.
Yes, he'd love a 4-0 victory, but
Game on.
he's just got to play one leg, one dart at a time is the best advice I could give him in this scenario. I'm not so sure with it being a debutant how much he knows what the scenario is right now, whether or not he can still win it.
95.
I'm sure he does. But for Mike Warburton, he's just sat as king of the castle in the players' area right now. It feels like job done for him right now. And over to you, Jeremy.
Jeremy has been here a week. He was watching Mal Cumming in action last week here at the Super Series, and so he will know the intricacies of it because he's been around the building. He's not completely alien to the format.
That's the perfect dart for him. You just feel when he gets that first dart there, the rest will follow. I mean, we're talking about not only just a treble 20 is the perfect dart for him, but just at the top of the treble 20, right where that wire is there. If you get to anywhere near the top of that, the other two will follow.
$80.
Yeah, just that's some of the reason. That last dart is why he pulls away sometimes. When he's not ready to throw it, he has the confidence of just pulling away that dart. But on that last one, I just felt
100.
like he just needs to throw it, just to get it out of his hands. And that was the outcome from that. He walks along the yoke as he throws, as you can see. But it's that moment when he's about to throw the dart. It's about getting that point correct. And from missing the dartboard
140.
to a beautiful
Jeremy
140.
126.
126. I've got a feeling he's been here before. 3 times already he smashed this in. Will it be a fourth? He's not even looking at it.
86.
That wasn't his first rodeo on the 126, and it isn't his first rodeo in darts. Setting up for chops after 12. Really impressive start from Jeremy Fagg here, who knows the significance of this game. And he's gone out of a man of a real grit and
25.
determination.
Jeremy, you require 40.
For a 13 darter.
$32.
You saw the disappointment even with the first. I think he just wanted to say, there you go, Sven. Nice little 13 dart. But twice he's shown a lot of experience. He didn't go for the bull on the 126, and he didn't panic when he missed the double 10 there. Once again, he's just laid up. His routine starts now. As you can see, the breathing exercises start even while your opponent's throwing a dart.
45.
And you walk to the
Jeremy, you
yoke,
require 8.
and then it's eyes on that double 4.
Game shot of the first
is as
leg.
clinical
Jeremy
as you can
Fagg.
get on a double 4 as well. But what was very noticeable there is while Sven is throwing, he's going through his
Second leg,
process.
Sven to throw
I
first.
think darts is just
Game on.
now your mind's thinking, if I can win 4-0, if he hits a score here, and it's your reaction from that. And that's the thing when you're playing against someone like Sven, that time there is imperative to remain positive.
85.
So we've been saying about keeping the head up and the shoulders up instead of down. And look, we've seen it with Mike Warburton today. Body language in this sport can count for a lot.
140.
Still makes it very, very interesting. A 4-0 victory in this game. I'm trying to get my head working out if it's 4-1 and what needs to happen there.
Well, quite simply put, if Jeremy Fagg wins this game 4-0, he moves on to plus 21 on 20 points. And so would then be going down if it's a 4-3 win for Jeremy Fagg to legs 1, which will get that
100.
confirmed.
Anyway, I have a bone to pick with you. On Monday, on this day, you quite smiley said you lost the final of the Welsh Open to Scott Mitchell. Yesterday, you didn't mention I was celebrating this day being a Welsh Open champion. Well, on this day today, Mark Borelli in 2009, a runner-up in the Welsh Open, losing to Ross Montgomery. Simon Whitlock hit his first televised 9-dart in the Premier League against Andy Hamilton. 2012, Phil Taylor won his 6th Premier League. Only the real greats win the Premier League, you know. And Michael Van Gerwen in 2018 won his 4th Premier League. See what I mean? See what I'm involved in. Phil Taylor, Premier League champion. Michael Van Gerwen, Premier League champion. Glenn Durrant sat next to Henry Deacon.
Don't win the Premier League. Talking about achievements on this day in and around this part of the world, it was on this day in 2008 that Portsmouth won the FA Cup, beating Cardiff City by a goal to nil in the final. Carnu with the goal.
You just saw me and raised me 500 quid there, haven't you, with that one? Good times for Portsmouth. Is that Harry Redknapp, was it?
I was 7 years old. It was an amazing time to be a Pompey fan.
I watched him do a podcast talking about the Benjani transfer to Man City. He actually booted him on the aeroplane, didn't he?
Jeremy's come as far as you can on an airplane to Portsmouth.
Jeremy O'Hara,
Obviously, the plane didn't land in Portsmouth, but 129 for 2-0. Well, he's loved these kind of finishes, hasn't he? In this mid-range. The bullseye. But the middle of the diddle will not solve the riddle this time.
Sven O'Hara, 87.
What's interesting now is every leg counts in the sense that when Jeremy plays Mike Warburton, it counts. So this 87 in respect to Jeremy Fagg is absolutely huge. He'd be delighted to see it, albeit he's not looking. He just does not want to hear the referee say, he does not know he's missed that treble, and you're still thinking.
71.
So yeah, sigh of
Jeremy
relief.
O'Hara, 25.
And then through your process. Don't miss the big number. A 2-dart at 888. This is when your body tightens up just a touch.
Game on the second leg.
Jeremy when you feel
Fagg.
rather nice about yourself. Them hours and hours of practice in them moments. I say to any player, any aspiring player, practice on 25. When Damon Heta walks into a Pro Tour with Dimitri Vandenberg, the first thing they do is the first of 20, 25 finishes. And just practice them 48, 52, 56 finishes for moments that Jeremy Fagg has just had there. That was the game changer, because that could have been 1-1. Now it's 2-0. Starts with a 1-3-4. Advantage Fagg.
And in a game with such importance, have a look at the numbers he's putting in. 103.27.
41.
Check out why 2 from 6. It's a solid and solidative performance from Jeremy Fagg.
81.
You wouldn't mind a performance like this from your mighty Borough tonight, would you, Glenn?
Oh, there's the butterflies gone again. I think I'd forgotten about it there for 3 minutes.
67.
I'm going to go and have 10,000 calories tonight. I can't get into a pub where they're not showing Man City, Real Madrid. I've knocked on every pub in Portsmouth. I've got the match.
140.
I've got my Lambooner. There's the shake of the head of just trying to stay really quiet,
Jeremy
just to get a sense of what it's
146.
like when you're playing out there, when it's so quiet. You can hear your heartbeat when you're playing. Another one of them would be nice. We've just seen an exhibition of finishing by Mike Warburton, his biggest opponent.
114.
Look, it's a great way to go for 146, them 19's bed. You're not going from the top of the board to the bottom. He's got full control of this match. And just to give an indication of what I was talking about earlier with Sven, his darts there took 12 seconds. His previous visit took 27 seconds. I'm telling you, Sven Verdonk, if you're watching, our family, to get back into a game like this where you're 3-0 down, that first dart is just taking an age for you, and you have proven that you're a better player, in my opinion, when your rhythm is a lot better on that first dart. And he'd be probably, Henry, trying to throw it quicker. It's just like I am. That's me throwing right now, by the way. You know, I'm taking an age with my first dart because I know what I'm doing wrong. But it's then trying to get an outcome from that. It's trying to remain positive throughout. So I can understand what it's like for Sven. Sven's never been a quick player. But there's been moments this week where I think he's shown his best at this point here. That, for me, was just... And there's the frustration there. I'm telling you, Sven Verdonk is an excellent player. When I was in the BDO, he was one of the guys you did not want to meet. There was a few Belgians around at the time. Gert de Vos, Andy Barton, just to name two very quickly. Stefan Dupre. Yeah, these guys were excellent players. You did not want to meet Sven Verdonk.
29.
It could be one of those classic MODUS Super Series stories where it just takes a couple of days to acclimatise, and then Group C, if he can get off the mark quickly tomorrow. But you can see he's fighting his own demons there.
He's not really playing a match against his opponent. He's kind of playing against himself, really, isn't he? And it's not nice to see, because we've seen glimpses of some really good stuff from Sven this week.
100.
And, I mean, you've been in positions similar to that in your career, Glenn, when you've been on a stage, and it must feel like the most lonely experience in the world.
Yeah, the worst one I had was the
59.
Grand Prix. The crowd had gone. As I walked out, you know, virtually half the crowd was on last against Jose. You're thinking you're live on TV. You got your family there. Yeah, it's tough. So that's why I promise you, Sven, whatever I'm saying off, his family and friends listening, I am trying to help when I say,
64.
You know, what I'm seeing is it's just your rhythm. That's all it is. And if you can, you know, rhythm is really key. And the best darts I've seen from you sat here, we have the luxury of being so up close and personal.
57. Sven, you require 170.
I promise you it's not a criticism this time, because that's me right there now. I'm sure I've heard our production team here. Watch him hit a 1. Cheek.
115.
They're all nice to me face, aren't they, H? You'll fight them, won't you? No, I'm on my own. I'm on my own.
Couldn't find my way out of a paper bag.
Let's just look at the importance of this leg. All of a sudden now it's 4-1. The swing of 4 legs there to go to plus 21. Now all of a sudden the maximum it can be is only plus 20. Oh, what a way this would be to put it to bed.
You require 170.
The big fish. Reel it in, Henry.
For 4-0. The big fish will not be reeled in this time.
You call it, I'll hum it.
So this is to pull a leg back.
80.
To bring it back to 3-1.
Then you require 40.
And just to give himself something. This moment in time, I feel like he needs to try and find as many small victories as he possibly can as he now goes to double 10. A confidence builder, something to work with. He shakes his head as he walks back to the drinks table,
Fifth leg
but
Jeremy to throw first.
I want to just see him
Game on.
just try and build that bit more confidence.
Now it's getting to a stage where even in a final game, if Jeremy Fagg beats Mike Warburton 4-3,
40.
it won't be enough. Each leg that Verdon can take from here has implications, and that blockbuster last game between the top two.
And look, let's not rule him out of the running here. He could knock Jeremy Fagg out the race.
28.
But what Jeremy can't do is look at what's happened to his opponent and let that affect his level of performance. That 180 now really does put him in command of this leg and such the game.
$96.
I think what also you need to take into consideration now is that Aussie mentality. That they are winners. They talk very common. I mean, I don't know Jeremy as well as a lot of the Aussies I've played on the circuit with, but they are blessed with a real confidence. So if he knows he has to win 4-2 in the final game, he'll feel confident he can do that. And on Monday morning when he walked in, if he'd have offered him that you'll go down to your final game and a 4-2 victory, would you take it? He would say absolutely yes. But he has to get through this leg of darts. A big favourite after them 3 darts. And it is looking like we have got a blockbuster finale to come.
Something to savour at the end of this group.
96.
Will Jeremy Fagg be able to salvage it before it's too late? And it was he who was top of the table. Warburton was the one chasing, but is very much the Welshman in command of proceedings. But can Jeremy Fagg wrap up proceedings here? With a 1-4-2, he's going to get time.
Jeremy require 142.
Big 17.
102.
Job done for Jeremy Fagg. After 15 darts, he's left himself a single dart finish for the match. A 92 plus average, very professional. And he just said to Mike Warburton, I'll see you
82.
and I'll raise you.
Jeremy require 40.
Very
Game,
solid
shot,
performance
and
from
the
Jeremy
match,
Fagg.
Jeremy Fagg.
Group A is going all the way. Begin to look at the connotations of what's to happen, but we've got a big blossom of a match to come between Jeremy Fagg and Mike Warburton. That'll be a little bit. For Sven Verdonk, it's been a very, very tough day so far. He has got one more game to come to give him that momentum. But Jeremy Fagg, job done. As next up, it's Robert Thornton versus John Desmarais.
Well, Jeremy Fagg has done his job and stayed in contention. He will need to win by a couple of legs in his final match. We'll talk more about that as it comes up. But now Robert Thornton playing in his penultimate match of the day, taking on John Desrimo in the company of Henry and Glenn.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, it's been an interesting one for Robert Thornton this week. I think my assessment on Robert is, could do better. He's shown signs and glimpses of his real brilliance, and a lot of that has been at the beginning of matches. Just hasn't seemed to sustain that over a full 4, 5, 6 legs, which will be a disappointment for him and what he'll need to correct. I think he's one of them players as well that Group B will suit him. It's 3 from 5, but more importantly, played on a night as well, and I think we may see the best of Robert. He's got all day to prepare for himself.
Robert to throw first.
I know he likes to go for walks and fresh air, etc. I think he'll just go through the process as if he's playing in a PDC event. So it's not the end of the world. For John Desmond, I've quite enjoyed watching him today.
25.
I think he's a little bit disappointed with that defeat over Jeremy Fagg, but early doors once again has been his strength. So for Jeremy Fagg, I think he has to work on how can he sustain that over the full day.
43.
Group C is winnable. Some good players entering the fray, but compared to I think Group B looks dynamite.
140.
I must say, I'm really looking forward to seeing Dom Taylor back at the Super Series. That he played in that week 3 last time out, and that was really good.
45.
Him, Jack Main, Jelle Klassen, Moreno Blom, Jared Cole, Danny Lauby. I think it's one of the best weeks we've ever seen
95.
here. And it was unlucky not to make it out of it into Champions Week. Well, you've seen one of those players on that week 3 last time making through to this Champions
59.
Weekend. Danny Lauby.
Let me just whet the appetite for Group B. Sam Cankett, great player from Wales. Chaz Barstow.
100.
There's been periods over the past 2 years where you could argue he's been the best amateur not to have a Pro Tour card. Really surprised when he didn't then kick on from where he was at. Reece Robinson, he can produce anything. As Robert Thornton looks at the 141, and when you're shot in the mix there, definitely Robert Thornton.
47.
And one from Warburton and Fagg. Group B is really, really tasty.
92.
This has been the problem for John Desmond.
94.
This is not the player who played his first game of the days.
38.
Just smacks to me this game that it hasn't got an awful lot apart from integrity and professionalism. And the fact that they both want to finish off
56.
the conclusion to the week of Group A with wins. For double 12.
$37. John Yorquhar 120.
Want to be, and Thornton's back for
100.
19. Desimo with that last treble has really piled the pressure on here.
Now I see a bit of intensity now a bit of anger. I expect this double 4 to go.
11.
There was just something about, I think he did too.
John
I think it was a little lackadaisical
20.
through that first leg. But I've seen something in his eyes there for John Desmond.
John Desrimo.
Borjon disgusted with that first leg there, but it's a win, John.
Second leg, John to
Robert
throw
Thorne just
first.
holding his hands.
Game on.
Stupid, he says. Nothing wrong with his scoring today, Henry.
Not at all.
134.
2 treble visit for Thornton. Maybe this game's going to begin to hot up.
Usually when one opponent starts, then the other. Sometimes you need to
58.
bounce off each other. Typically, when someone has a no treble visit, you normally follow suit.
54.
As shown in diagram.
B.
I like that on 303.
133.
7 19s. Leaves the big fish.
46.
And the killer B
John Yorquhar
reeling the fish.
170.
You might as well go for it in this situation.
58. $97. John, you require 112.
87, so he should be going for the 17s.
42. Robert, you require 170.
Something that's been missing this week is the real big finish. How good's Mike Warburton's finishing been today?
100. John, you require 70.
Been bread and butter to him. But will the bee sting the fawn again?
Game shot on the second
2-0.
leg, John Desramo.
He may find himself in the hornet's nest, Robert
Third leg,
Thornton.
Robert to throw first. Game on. $140.
The dramatics when he throws a dart, the arms, the chatting. That's the absolute
100.
norm when you're playing Robert Thornton. I had a great game at the Pro Tour once. A really great game, which I won. And what double?
41.
Don't say one.
Free? You like a double free? Double flea? Double free?
Double flea for the B. What's the matter with you? Double 19, a 155. I was never in that last leg as well. And just pulled it out from nowhere.
$7.
Weary darts. But Desmond, you've got to jump all. You don't get these opportunities to beat Robert Thornton when he's playing like
100.
this.
He's got to look at it from this perspective. He's probably seen Robert Thornton play on the biggest TV stages, and this would be a big scalp for him if he can
97.
beat the fawn.
Yeah, John Desmond is the Belgian national number 1 at the
161.
moment. You know, we're not talking to someone. John Desmond can beat any player this week. I like bullseye on the last start here.
100. $56.
I have to say, there's only one winner at this
John
point, isn't there?
requires 61.
There's an argument of not going for the bull on the first one here, and I like that. A double 8.
Game shot on the third
You've got
leg.
the flicker
John
right on the last
Desramo.
start. The second one was a little bit substandard. You're seeing the little exhale of breath there, but when he gets the timing right,
Fourth
that
leg,
flick,
John
that
to throw
combination
first.
of them wrist and fingers
Game on.
working together, and a surprising 3-0 lead, and the perfect opening dart.
And if he beats
81.
Thornton, he'll feel like a flicker of hope going into tomorrow and Friday in Group C.
Yeah, he's still got one more game to come.
96.
Yeah, if you could win this game in his final game, that's 4 wins out of 5. He's sort of
91.
done that quite quietly today, hasn't he, Desmond?
Quietly surfacing, isn't he?
83.
Do you think we'll still see Robert Thornton here on Saturday night?
No doubt. No doubt.
Good.
I'd put
140.
a lot of belongings on it.
And I wish I was a penny behind you.
You're Premier League champion.
100. $134.
I'm skint.
$52.
55 for the match for John Desimo. To seal a 4-0 success against Robert Thornton. Tops is what he wants. And now, double 10.
35.
Not to be. And so
Robert
Thornton
Require
looking for a Hail
170.
Mary big fish.
I think we both fancied that one, Desmond there. Robert Thornton in a game he wants to forget.
134.
Saves us arguably his best darts.
20.
for his last 3. But for the Belgian, for a big 4-0 victory.
10. Robert Jaguar, 36.
Thornton returns to the board. Double 9. Found. 3-1. And almost a look of, well, where's that been for the last few minutes or so? He solemnly walks back along the hockey.
It's simply frustrating for the Belgian there. That's a good one to go back to tell your family about Robert Thornton 4-0 today. I've arguably won 4 games out of 5. And that's the difference between darts. You know, any dart player can hit the 180s and 140s, but when you get them moments there to win games, to get over that finishing line, just wasn't to be. But we're not talking about John Desmarais being a mug here. I mean, John Desmarais represents Belgium. He's the Belgian national #1 at the moment. He's won big WDF Opens. He's played at Lakeside.
140.
Right now, this is the stage amateur players want to play on. And sometimes you can want it too much.
You've got to feel like there's an aura of you don't care when it means the most. And I think Luke Littler exuded that very well when he was here last.
97.
Yeah, I remember watching Michael van Gerwen in, I think it was Norway when he was 16. And it was the best I've ever seen a 16-year-old, but Littler is... And the thing about Littler as well is he looks like he's not going to be changing his body shape, his height, etc. So that he could be, as he is right now, for the future, is Desmarais. Does everything right.
Robert Jaguar, 140.
To eliminate the disappointment of the last leg, and he's going to get 3 darts again at tops for a big, big victory. And the best victory
60.
of the weekend for the Belgian.
40.
Tops after 12 to dispose of the Fawn. Double 10. And now 5s. He's chasing again with match darts, but this time he finds it to beat Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 1. It's a victory in which he can hold in high esteem. John Desmarais, the killer bee, beating Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 1. Right, after the break, it's the big one. It's the battle to decide Group A. It's Jeremy Fagg up against Mike Warburton.
into the final furlong here, and this is the decisive match in Group A meeting between Mike Warburton and Jeremy Fagg, the top two in the table. And as you can see, Fagg is a player behind on points and, crucially, on leg difference as well. So he needs to win this match 4-2 or better. Warburton simply needs to get to 3 legs to top the group. That is a scenario. The players probably hoping they didn't hear me and just want to get on with playing their own game. I wonder what Glenn thinks of that. He might have been in that position at the Grand Slam. Do you want to know the permutations, Glenn, or do you just want to go up and win and work it out afterwards?
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Unfortunately, I played first. I was relying on Simon Whitlock against Gerwin Price, and a Gerwin Price victory was needed. And with Gerwin Price 4-1 up, you can guess what happened after that, can't you? So it's a tough one. Like I said, on Monday morning, if both players were offered the chance, in Mike Warburton's point of view, you need 3 legs in your last game of the day. And for Jeremy Fagg, you need to win 4-2 or better.
Jeremy to
they would have snapped your hands off for that. But quite simply sit back and enjoy. This is what the Group A finale is on about. The conclusion as a neutral we were hoping for. Everything to play for. They all want to be there Saturday night. Are we going to see the best of both players?
Well, nerves creep in, or someone run towards the finishing line. To be honest, Mike Warburton's exuded the energy of a man that it doesn't really matter what the circumstance or the scenario is. He's just going to treat every game in the same kind of fashion.
I think he's had the disappointment of being involved in something similar to this. I remember talking to him and said, boy, that hurts. I think he'd lost on legs difference, etc. I don't think he wants to go through that again. For Jeremy, it's a new experience for him. And I think he'll possibly see the positives of leading throughout the week and just having a bad opening hour today. So I think the person least affected if they don't go through is the guy in your picture. I do worry for Mike Warburton if once again he just fails at the final fence, but he's been sublime from yesterday morning. He's been absolutely fantastic, and he's back in the treble 20 bed.
140.
Just so in control.
Yeah. Like I said, in fair play to you, you spotted that without him throwing a dart as he stood behind Sven Verdonk.
Watch him in the background again.
43.
Look at the mannerisms.
Mike require 127.
Don't be surprised if he goes for this, because he did this earlier with a 161. But the 127 and game is not going to be notched this time.
Treble 16's the dart, yes. And what happened there is he looked at where that first dart was sitting for the treble 20. And it wasn't ideal. Takes his time taking his darts out. He's in full concentration. Not that it would bother this guy. And just remember that Aussie mentality. You are never beaten until that last dart goes in.
72.
Timing. If I've said timing 10 times this week, last dart at tops. I've said about 20 times, and each time Mike Warburton has delivered. That is a massive, massive finish.
Second leg, Mike to throw first.
A breaker throw in the opening leg, and he's now just a couple away. Effectively, if he holds in this leg, Jeremy's got to win the lot.
Look at the pace.
180.
So when I said to you, how does he turn them hundreds into 140s and 180s? Is it the fact he's taken a second off throwing 3 darts? He is definitely sped up.
Watch the release.
60.
There's a real snap, isn't there? A real purpose towards it. Look at the release from the elbow. It's absolutely pitch perfect.
60.
And there's no tension there. I think he's enjoying every second of this. I think both players are. It's a shame there has to be a loser after 3 days of battle. That's how tough the MODUS Super Series is. 2 days off for the winner of this game. Look at that. 180, 60, 180. Are you feeling the nerves, Warby? Nah, I didn't think you were.
81 after 9. There's a little bit of a G up as well. Again, nothing too pent up.
81.
But he's on for a potential 11 darter, which would put him on the hill in terms of qualification. It's going to be 1 dart at the bullseye. He's been so good in this target area this week.
Just no
Jeremy, you're
consideration of anything else
161.
apart from 12 bull. Very Martin Adams like. Yeah, when he let go of that, he thought that was in. Remember that 25 in the last game, and I said these are the types of finishes you need to practice on. You're 1-0 up in a MODUS Super Series. All the pressure on 2 double 8s. You can have all the 180s in the world. You hit a 25 like that, there's no better feeling. Mike Warburton is 1 leg away.
Third leg, Jeremy to throw first.
He is on the brink.
Game on.
And Jeremy Fagg has to be word perfect here. He's averaging 95, but he hasn't even had a dart at double yet. So it's just been the dominance of his Welsh
60.
opponent.
He's on the precipice of success. And that's when your mind can take over. But I think both me and Henry have sort of picked up that his mindset this week has been absolutely impeccable.
140.
So Jeremy's kind of got that typical Aussie attitude. It looks laid back on the surface, but underneath there will be a stoked up fire in the belly.
100.
That's a real Aussie word, stoked. First headed by Corin Hammond at the Lakeside Champions Meal. He's done such an emotional speech.
60.
This is against the dart, so you feel like you're on a bit of a free roll, does Mike at the moment. I mean, Mike, remember him winning the Welsh Open. You don't win that unless you can throw fantastic darts. But my opinion right now, he's playing his best darts at the MODUS Super Series.
And you know exactly what the Welsh Open's like, Glenn.
Not that you'd mention it yesterday, by
100.
the way. Great darts there from Jeremy. He's not going down without a fight.
What he would give for a treble here.
55.
Not that one.
Jeremy,
And so for once,
141.
Jeremy's going to get a little bit of breathing space. He's got 6 and 1 for 1. He should get his first darts at double in this match.
93.
Such a big last dart. You just have a look at Jeremy right now. He's not throwing a dart, but the process of winning a leg of darts starts where he is now.
95.
The focus has kicked in.
Jeremy require 48.
Can't wait to get to the hockey. Get out the way, he says to his opponent. The 2 darts, a double 16. Game on.
On the third leg, Jeremy.
It's 2-1 to Warburton. More importantly, it's Warburton's darts right now. There's the focus, the eyes that Henry alluded to.
Game on.
Give me a ton, he's saying.
And this is the position that all 6
60.
players were hoping to be in on Monday morning. To have the throw, to have the darts, to win their way through to Saturday night. But Jeremy Fagg is not going to give up on any ambitions without an almighty scrap.
140.
Warby ain't going to win this easy. He's going to have to earn it.
Ooh, 140.
I like that. Even the commentators looked at each other and nodded. Yeah, the kind of thing. It's not just about throwing the dart as well. It's telling your opponent, go on, get in there, have a bit of that.
55.
It goes back to what we were talking about earlier, imposing yourself upon the opposition. Intimidation tactics almost.
It's that alpha male.
100.
A nod of appreciation. Should start downstairs. Such a bad lie, you might go straight back up. And for another one of them to leave a 167.
99.
Advantage Warby. 6 darts from 201 to be here on Saturday night. That's all that's in his mind. The perfect second dart. Complemented
140.
with a juicy, sublime last dart.
Mike Warburton has sensed opportunities after his opening couple of defeats with Jeremy Fagg. He's then responded with averages of 102.5, 93. He's putting in another ton-topping performance 61. Here, and he now only needs 61 points to progress his way through to Saturday's final. Double 18 is what he wants,
25.
but doesn't get yet. And so Jeremy's still in the fight, but he needs to find a 150 finish.
He nervously looked over to see 150, which will be a bit of a relief. Even more now. Mike Warburton, it's been a long 3 days. Tough encounters.
92.
This is your moment.
36.
Double 18. Nines.
27.
Doesn't go. Doesn't go.
Jeremy require 58.
And Jeremy is reprieved. He should get 2 darts at tops to make it 2-2. What a marker.
What a moment.
38.
Just when we thought this match had absolutely everything. Don't miss the big one, Mike.
Seven.
Wow.
Jeremy
He's been in control all day,
20.
but when the moment has arisen, he has just missed some crucial doubles. And he gets punished. And he gets broken back. We return to throw. It's 2 apiece, and Jeremy Fagg is still in this race.
Fifth leg, Jeremy to
I wonder if he
first.
knew that he needed 3 legs. Chris Murphy jokingly said on the balcony there, I hope they can't hear. I mean, it's such a big moment to miss them 9 darts. Was he thinking of Saturday night?
34.
Or is he thinking only a win? Interesting to ask him if we get the chance. If he goes through, because all of a sudden now...
60.
The tie's turned.
It's turning. The twists, the turns, the trials, the tribulations.
85.
But, the pressure now goes the other way upon Jeremy Fagg. And now how does he react?
I think it's different when you know that your opponent's had so many darts. It feels like a luxury. I shouldn't be here. So I actually think it's slightly different. Warby 2-0 up, came out looking fantastic. 2-1, didn't panic. Put a beautiful 4th leg in. 9 missed darts at a double.
36.
He's not shown it there, but I'm telling you, inside he's all over the place. And that dart tells me exactly that he's been so straight. But that's the kind of man he is. That's the kind of champion he is. He's still fighting. And every single dart is just going from up to down. Where's the swingometer?
It may well be swinging in Jeremy's direction. Warburton needs a couple of trebles. It's as simple as that. That one's pitched just below. That might be a help rather than a hindrance. It's found the bullseye.
30. Jeremy
106 plays 105, but it's Jeremy at the board. You can cut the tension in here with a knife. And Jeremy Fagg, who's been the king of the ton-topping finishes this week, conjures up one when he needed it most. It puts him a leg away for qualification. And Warburton, who's had 7 darts to get the job done, now is throwing to stay in the fight. But look at that for a start from Warburton.
Easy.
Even the players are getting involved next door. I think they're throwing every dart with these two. It's a last
60.
leg decider.
Jeremy has come up dry.
It's advantage Warburton. But we've said that how many times during this game.
96.
It's a real testament to his character that he's still in there. He's not panicking. There's no nerves on the outside. I can assure you inside, his heart rate will be over 150 right now. But he's looking cool,
58.
calm and collected. And he's gone dry again. He's 140, 150 points ahead. Plus 1 treble required, Mike.
65.
In the furnace pressure, excellent dart. It shows his clarity of mind. And Jeremy may be feeling as if the opportunity has slipped away from his fingers when he put himself in such a good position to then go and kick. Mike Warburton, once again, is in a position where he can see himself through. He's going to get 3 more after this. Jeremy can only hit and hope from here.
100.
What a last dart. And just look where it landed, right in the upper echelon of that treble 20 after hitting the barrel of the second dart. Whereas Jeremy Fagg hit that 135 just to keep himself interested.
100.
Once again, look at that
Mike
treble 20. This
60.
60 is not easy. Just think of the mindset for Mike Warburton from the previous leg of darts.
50.
Incredible.
That's 9 darts
Jeremy
now.
Maguire, 148.
Absolutely incredible. And if this goes, the mic is going.
It's not going to go. And so Warburton is going to return. But Jeremy can't leave it handy. It feels like match point, but it's group point.
But that's cute what he's doing. He's making his opponent think.
43.
So Warburton,
Mike, you require 10.
this is your opportunity. This is your chance. That first dart was nervy. The second one creeps closer. The
No
third
score.
one misses as well. And Jeremy Fagg, who in the
Jeremy
last leg
Maguire,
took out a
105.
106 finish, is looking for 105 to win the game and to see himself through on legs 1. Treble 15. Went treble 19.
64. Mike, you
It's at
require
this stage, you
10.
can't even feel your legs. Your arm is feeling like a ton weight. He's gone big. There's the marker. And there's his place on Saturday night.
Warburton.
What a match. What have you put yourself through, Mike Warburton? But you're there. By hook
Seventh
or
and
by
final
crook.
leg, Jeremy
But
to
what
throw
an
first.
incredible 5 minutes
Game
we've
on.
just witnessed.
And it will be Mike who makes Saturday night at the Super Series. He is the first name lodged in on Saturday evening.
100.
And if you want to join him, that is how you do it, by scanning that QR code on your screen to join us at finals night.
140.
It's a fairness on the stage, it's exactly the same in the comms box. I think that's the most incredible leg of darts, certainly from my point of view at the MODUS Super Series. Had a bit of everything there. It swung from one way to
57.
the next. And was it the 12th dart, 15th dart? I even began to lose count in the end, but it's Mike Warburton will be here on Saturday night. And if he does be speaking to Chris Murphy on the
140.
balcony later or tomorrow, I would love to know what his thoughts were. Did he know the situation going into this match? Because right now he looks super relaxed again. And when Mike Warburton is super relaxed, look at his scores in this leg. 140, 140.
137.
What an incredible moment of tension we've just witnessed here at the Super Series. And breathe. And Warburton can breathe a sigh of relief
100.
because he is going to make it through. And he may well finish with the 2 points as well, just to completely rubber stamp things, to put it beyond any reasonable doubt.
But that reaction there with that treble 20 going in is telling me he thinks he needs to win this match.
121.
I wonder if I'm wrong. He'll go big 11 for Bull.
96.
Line and length, almost perfect.
Jeremy require 36.
Jeremy, over to you.
To win the battle. Double 9.
Game shot.
Jeremy
And
Fagg will
that's
win the battle,
Jeremy
but it's
Fagg.
Warburton that wins the war in the end. It is going to be he who gets through in the end by the slenderest of margins, by 4 legs to 3. Goodness gracious, what tension, what drama we have just witnessed here at the Super Series. Mike Warburton is the first player through to Saturday night's final. We're going to take a short break, and then after that, we're going to breathe and see John Desimo against Mark Barilli.
Well, I wonder if you at home have got your breath back after that. And I wonder if the man alongside me has. Mike Warburton, congratulations. Thanks. Qualified for finals night. Now, the question that Glenn Durrant was asking in the commentary box, I'm going to ask you. Did you know you only needed 3 legs?
I did not know. I did not know. I thought I needed to win that game. So when I lost that last leg, I thought that was it. I thought Jezza had done it, but fair play to Jezza. Hey, hell of a player, and he's pushed me really well. And yeah, I didn't know I only needed 3 legs. So.
Because almost coincidentally, it took you a while to get over the line.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, I couldn't get that 3rd leg, but I didn't know, honestly. I thought I needed to win that last game. So.
Last time you were here, it went the other way for you, didn't it? You were in Group B and you just missed out, I think, on legs difference on Champions Week. So how important is it for you to be in the final and give yourself another chance to get there again?
Do you know what? Looking at the groups, Group B and Group C, tough groups. So, I mean, back in the day when it used to be at Southampton, I used to think, oh yeah, I'll do that group, But the standard now is ridiculous. So I'm glad to not be in them groups, I'll be honest, because there's some really good players coming in. It's nice to have a couple of days off, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So I think I'm playing well. I think I was the best player over the 3 days, just about. Jezza was really good as well. But I thought I was the best player.
Do you feel like your form has started to get back towards where it was when you used to play in Southampton?
Yeah, I think so. I feel good. There's been occasions when I haven't felt my best, but I think I'm starting to get to those levels again, yeah.
And on stage Saturday in front of an audience, is that where you're going to come alive?
Well, I always play better in front of audiences, so hopefully I'll get to Champions Week again. And I can, you know, I didn't play my best darts at Champions Week 2 weeks ago, so there's a little bit of unfinished business there for me.
Right, I'll say it again, just to confirm, you are through.
Oh,
we will see you on Saturday.
Thanks
Congratulations.
very much. Thank you.
And hand you back to Henry and Glenn for the next match.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Great to hear from Mike Warburton there. The most relieved man in the room, I can imagine. And, well, there was a lot of takeaways, really, wasn't there, in that interview with Mike there, as we see Mark Borelli and John Desimo on the stage. And, first of all, just that sense of relief in the end, because that was hard work, but my goodness, did he find a way of getting over the line?
Yeah, that's that classic interview where they put a microphone in your hand and, you know, your mind's still in that game. He had no idea. And the only point I realised, I didn't think, is the way he shook his hand with Jezza. It was like a resigned, I don't believe I'm through that again. Yeah, it was very interesting. You could feel the emotion in his voice, and it was a great interview. And I'm a big fan of Mike Warburton. I'm absolutely delighted that he's through. That's not a good sign. They went to fist pump and missed.
Let's hope that's not a tell for the game to come.
I mean, how do you follow that match? Imagine if you just these two. However,
85.
that guy in your picture there, John Desmond, has been excellent today. And he's played for 4 wins out of 5 today. And I just think for Mark Borelli, just wants to forget Group A now. Started great. And he'll come back and regroup and be back tomorrow morning.
Well, to use a Formula 1 analogy, you've got the top 2 that were fighting it at the front of the grid, but then these 2 players are playing for their own position.
Yeah, it was definitely Red Bull versus Ferrari up there, wasn't it? It was just a lovely game to commentate on, and it's just a great climax to a fantastic Group A. I've thoroughly enjoyed, very competitive. Yeah, and I think the right man won. I think yesterday he demonstrated all the skills in the world, and a lot of it was not all about how he threw a dart. The improvement I've seen in Mike Warburton was just more in his attributes, his values, his behaviours up there. He never let anything get to him. And albeit them 12 to 15 missed darts at a double will headline act, he's been absolutely
55.
superb.
Here's a question for you, Glenn. Where does Mike Warburton now rank amongst the best amateur players in the world? Because he got through the Champions Week last time. Really impressive this week.
45.
No, I wouldn't say he's right up there right now. I believe in him. But his challenge to a form a couple of weeks ago tells me that he's saving his best darts for here. The tops for Desmarais.
110.
And once again, John, if you're watching, take a step back for a second when you want to double last dart, because you don't miss. If you're a John Desmarais fan,
30.
Family,
John,
please send him that
20.
exact message, because when he gives it the composure like
that,
that,
first leg, John Desmarais.
he smashes a double in. When he's on that 3rd dart and he's overstretching that last dart, it tendency for him is to go
Second
low.
leg mark to throw first.
His
Game
best
on.
2 darts at a double on a 3-dart combination, may I add, is when he's just given himself the Rob Cross. Just that little
12.
second of composure. And I'll have half the money if you win it, John. I'm skint. Is that right, Serge?
Premier League champion.
Never talk about
135.
it. Never talk about it. But Abu Dhabi do.
45.
So, you know, can't believe of all the things I've said today, the one that's with the most hits on social media is that. Once again, a lovely start from the Belgium here. When he gets his timing right, he looks
100.
really dangerous, doesn't he?
It's just, I mention the analogy quite a lot with players here. And it's about piecing that jigsaw together.
97.
And John is one of them players where we've seen different elements of his game excel at different times. But for him to get through Group C tomorrow and
99.
Friday, he's got to put those pieces of the jigsaw together. And if they all come up trumps, he's got every chance.
85. John, you require 167.
Oh, yes.
139.
Potentially double 14 for a 13 and a 2-0 lead in next to no time at all.
85. John, you require 28.
The Killer Bee is flying through this match at the minute. That's a
Control the
13
second
dart.
leg,
That's a
John
2-0 lead. A
Desmond.
break of throw, an average of 103.66 for John Desimo to lead 2-0 against Mark Barilli, who will want to
John
end
to
his Group A
throw first.
campaign with something to
Game on.
give him something to shout about going into Group C tomorrow and Friday.
43.
I like that second and third dart there. The first one, like I said, it just needs to bring that arm back just a tiniest bit more. And the second and third for me was where I'd like him to be. But he's
41.
found the form at the right, well, I say at the right time. Just gives him that momentum going into Group C now, and that's all you can ask for. 4 wins from 5 of the days. He'd have gladly snapped your hand off this morning.
91. 80.
Edgar watching.
59.
Is that it?
83.
I can't pick on him no more. He beat me 4-0 now. Never took a leg off me, do you know that? Played him 3 times and beat him 6-0 3 times.
59.
Yeah, but that was before he won the Iceland Masters.
Yes, it's true.
97. 100.
Yeah, Mark Borelli's last games of Monday and Tuesday have both been quite poor. It was a sorry sight yesterday to see him.
120.
Just typical when you're not
John,
playing
you
well.
require 149.
Things aren't going your way. But if anyone's in the corner of Mark Borelli and watching, tomorrow is a new day. That first game for
38.
Mark Borelli tomorrow
Mark
will be
require
huge.
80.
The tops,
40.
perfectly well
John, you
thrown.
require
Just the balance.
111.
The weight management just slightly off for treble 20. 92 left. Double 16 for a 3-0 lead.
79. Mark, you require 40. Game shot on the
Right
third
in the
leg.
corner of that double
Mackerley.
10. It's game on here in the penultimate match here in Group A.
Fourth leg mark
And
to
Barilli,
throw first.
who had a couple of struggles in the first
Game
couple
on.
of legs. Comes back in the third.
140.
Maybe finding a little bit of a spark. Inclining as Desimo's heading in the other direction.
88. 140. 95. 82.
How do you assess the week for Mark Borelli then if you're in his corner? What would you say to him? It was a sorry sight to see him, yes. I'm glad you didn't see it. He looked really fed up, frustrated.
Go again tomorrow. It's a fresh start. Everybody's back on 0 points. Everybody's in the same boat. Everyone's in the same scenario. In some senses, what's happened in the first 3 days is an absolute irrelevance because everyone's going to be on the same number of points. Your Group A reputation isn't going to win your Group C. So I won't worry about it.
God, they're right in the corner.
123. Market wire 95. 30.
A little bit sloppy.
John Eurowire 74.
Don't miss the 14. The trebles, that's not too bad. 47 left. Unless I've miscounted. I think it's double 15, unless I've got my maths wrong.
Game on the fourth leg.
Typical. Mark Borelli will be scratching his head there thinking, I do not believe it.
Very jovial character is Mark off the hockey.
Game on.
Yeah, the shake of the head is telling you. It hurts that when someone miscounts and then, I mean, not only did the double 15 go in, Henry, but it was plumb in the middle. I thought I'd got my maths wrong there.
Even that, he loves double 15.
You give him the benefit of the doubt?
Why not? We're nice people.
100.
Ton to start in this leg, though. The leg where he has the darts to win the match, and it's been a proficient performance again from John Desimo. It's been an improved day on Wednesday for the Belgian. 3 out of 5 on the finishing as well. And the ton scoring, the one treble scoring
53.
has been absolutely magnificent. Here's the power pack for you. 9 ton plus scores in this game.
85.
Yeah, it's a practice routine. Many of the players do. Give yourself a point for 100, 2 for 140, 3 for 180. It's a great practice routine when you're having a day on your scoring.
140.
And in the game between these two now, John Desmond will be well ahead.
46.
It's a great game for consistency as well. 108, many ways to go for it. Looks like he's going down with a 19, so you'll stay there. The double 16.
76.
He's going to come back. He's going to have time. And by the looks of it, plenty of time. 6 more.
John, you require 32.
Stares at the double 16 bed. For double 8. For 4 wins out of 5.
24.
Not to be for the Killer Bee as of yet. Really can only hit and then hope.
100.
Tunley's on 96, but John Desimo double 4
8.
for leg 4 and for 4 wins in 5. Is Wednesday the day where the Killer Bee has come alive at the Super Series and Barilli comes back.
96.
Double. Surely this time there's no messing about for the Belgian.
John, you require 4.
Times today has been excellent. Some of the doubling hasn't been great. He's gone all the way to Madhouse. But it's 4 wins from 5 for the Belgian. Sporting hug there from the pair of them. The camaraderie next door has been fantastic this week. And for John Desmond, 4 wins out of 5 means he goes into Group C with some momentum. The tail of the tape tells you one thing. John Desmond was much the better player. We move on to the final game of Group A. It's Sven Verdonk against Robert Thornton.
Right then, final game in Group A. All is signed and sealed, of course, in the group. Mike Warburton winning it on legs one. Sven Verdonk finishing bottom of the table. Robert Thornton here looking for the same outcome that he's had every day this week, winning 3 and losing 2. Of course, if he has that kind of record in Group B, winning more than he loses, almost certain to get through. So certainly something to build on for him. And I'll hand you over to our commentary team of Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon to guide you through the last game.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. It's been an intriguing Group A, as always. Quite early yesterday, that separation of the pack were the top 3 before this soon drop Robert Thornton very early today. And that incredible ending between Jeremy Fagg and Mike Warburton will live in the memory for me, that's for sure. Just a wonderful conclusion for the 2 players in your picture now. Sven Verdonk, at times it's been really difficult to watch. You can see he's fighting with himself in his game right now. And for Robert Thornton, I'm sure he'll give himself a 4 or 5 out of 10 because that's the standard he sets himself. He's in a comfortable 3rd place.
Game on.
I think both myself and my co-commentator Henry Deacon feel he will get through Group B, no problem at all, albeit that Group B is so interesting. We're going to run through the groups for you and just give you a little bit of context in that. And like I said, if I was in Sven's shoes right now, you just need something because today has not gone to plan.
81.
So this is how we are going to look for Groups B and C. In Group B, Chaz Barstow, Jeremy Fagg, Reece Robinson, Robert Thornton, Sam Kankit. Good luck separating them. And then Group C, Dom Taylor, John Desimo, Mal Cumming, Mark Barilli, Scott Taylor, Sven Verdonk. Scott Walters, shall I say? Apologies, it's been a long day.
I do like Scott Walters. He's one of my favourite MODUS Super Series players. And the first name in Group C?
Dom Taylor.
Yeah, they're the 2 for me in that group. So I think we'll look. I think freshness wins Group C. What Group B? Ooh.
40.
Flick a coin.
I've just had a look at the last round of fixtures of Group B. Thornton against Barstow. Jeremy Fagg, Sam Kankit.
125.
That's nice.
Talking about nice.
121. Sven, you require 115.
Yeah, when you look at Desmero, Borelli and Verdonk in your picture, their first games tomorrow are really, really crucial. When you've had a few days of more defeats than wins, you need something. You need that catalyst. You need something. And then opening games tomorrow will be huge.
59.
So the first game to that group tomorrow, Walters, Barilli, Cumming, Desimo, Taylor, Verdonk.
43. Sven, you require 56.
So 56 for Verdonk. For opening leg hold in the space of 5 visits. Tops! Lovely guide. Can he squeeze it underneath?
36.
No is the answer. But it's not going to really matter because Thornton's all the way back on 252.
Yeah, Thornton's still in the players area right now.
86.
One of his qualities is
Then you
the
require
fight
20.
inside of him. You feel a lot of that's been sort of kicked out of him. He's already thinking of tomorrow night. And just willing the dart to go in for Sven. It's just, it feels like an age. And
10.
when things aren't going your way, that's what happens. As tough as it is for Robert,
Then you require
it's
10.
knuckling down for the next 10 minutes. It's quite simple as that.
Game shot of the first leg, Sven Verdonk.
Not one you'll want to remember. 19 data for Sven, but once again, the scoring was fine for Sven.
Second leg, Robert to throw first.
That lovely 180 and the ton. It was just the finish at the end. And Thornton is playing without any
85.
nerves, any tension in the body right now. And sometimes you think that's a good thing, but for Robert Thornton, he needs that adrenaline. He He needs that fight inside him to get the best out of him.
Yeah, the last game of the group, and sometimes we see it because for both players, their fate has been sealed for quite a while now, hasn't it? And
140.
it can see the adrenaline which you'd naturally have at the beginning of a day or beginning of a group eke out, and consequentially, you see a little bit of a dip. That's perfect, though. That's his second of the game.
180.
That first dart goes anywhere near for Sven. It's just been quite
76.
painful at times to see him working across as he does. He starts there and then moves across. It's just getting that arrow point just at the right time and back. Very Dave Prince-like, which I've sort of used a few times this week. If you have a look at his, so it's virtually identical.
57. 55.
As tough as it is for Robert, if I was in Robert's position, I'd want to finish the day with a win. He's not going to be happy with the way the Group A went. But you want to finish on a high. Because me and you have already put him into Saturday night.
It kind of softens the blow from what's been a bit of a disappointing beginning to his week.
It's clear no one likes playing Sven. You want to be at the board. You want a fast-flowing, free-flowing game.
90.
You're not going to get that with Sven.
Sven, you require 106.
There was one moment, wasn't there, where Sven, we just both said it was inevitable the 106 was going to go on Tuesday. Let's see, Robert. One dart at tops. Just took an age. That must have been 10 to 12 seconds there. Wow.
I think that sums things up, doesn't it?
He wants the win for double four.
47.
I guess the last person he wanted to play last game was
20.
Sven Verdonk. And for Sven, it's been a difficult day. It'd be nice for him to just finish with a win.
Game shot of the
2-0
second leg,
to the
Sven
Belgian.
Verdonk.
Robert Thornton has saved his worst to last.
See on the back of the shirt, slow hand on the bottom
Third leg,
of
Sven
Sven
to
Verdonk's
throw
shirt.
first.
Well,
Game on.
I remember a county game. And I played someone called Dr. Slow. Don't remember what county it was. My God. He took an absolute edge. But I didn't mind playing slow players. I preferred that than playing a Ricky Evans. There's something about
100.
I needed that time behind. And yeah, Dr. Slow. He was horrific.
I take it he got struck off the NHS.
It took him too long to fix your broken leg.
22.
The issue for Thornton was he was broken in the last leg.
$140.
Ton 140 for the donk. And Robert Thornton. This is one game he'll never want to remember.
40.
As for Sven Verdonk, he's actually playing some decent stuff. Now the pressure's off.
This gets the feeling for Robert Thornton. Have you ever lost a semi-final of something and then having to play a third and fourth playoff? Where it's very difficult to get back up for
45.
that game. Like I said, Robert Thornton's game is based on adrenaline. It's based on him being tenacious, being angry, and it's as if he's just playing. It's just the total polar opposite to how he likes to play darts. I mean, it's an obvious thing to say that he's hating every second of this, but he's hating every second of this.
Well, back in the old Live League days, we did have that third, fourth place playoff. And once we moved into this system where it was one winner for Champions Week, we decided to scrap it.
80.
The reason why we had the third, fourth place playoff was to confirm a third player into Champions Week in the former format. But I think we realised that naturally that intensity when you lose a game, you've got to get up for that third, fourth place playoff can be difficult.
136.
136 to 3-0.
Well, for the fear of repeating myself, if I was Robert, you don't want to go into tomorrow night with this game hanging over you. From absolute nowhere. 136.
Sven Verdonk.
What a guy, Sven Verdonk. Averaging just shy of 90. Two 180s. 136, exactly the way he wanted to finish to start his campaign tomorrow. Fair play, Sven.
Absolutely fair play to Sven Verdonk, because there had been struggles over the course of the day, but has now managed to find something at the end of it. It just gives him some kind of spark going into tomorrow and Friday's affairs here at the Super Series.
$30.
As for Thornton,
82.
he won't be on the hockey now for around about 30 hours here at the Super Series. He will return just after 10 o'clock tomorrow night for Group B darts here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Slightly later time. And a bit of a line for us here at the Super Series for Group C action.
60.
And don't forget, the fun never stops here at the Super Series, because highlights of this session will be available later on this evening on our YouTube channel, as well as other bonus content, including a little catch-up of our Week 1 winner. Danny Lau will be down the beach.
140. $81.
At the minute, life's been far from a beach for Robert Thornton.
$100.
Tiny some on a finish, but Thornton
44.
first to an out shot on 144. Win across for the 18s.
33.
Well,
Sven,
that reaction says it all. Go on, Sven. Go ball, ball, ball. Nah. Went traditional. Went 19s.
$57.
Save the match.
111.
111 for Thornton. Daniel go. Treble 19 would have left him a dart at tops.
55.
And so Verdonk
Sven, you require
to get the job done.
93. $53.
So to get a leg on the board,
Robert
Thornton
56.
wants 56. Tops. Flyer.
$20.
So for the match, Sven
Then you
Verdonk
require 40.
wants tops. Gets
Game,
tops.
shot,
And
the
seals a
match,
4-0
Sven
success
Verdonk.
against Robert Thornton to end his group campaign with something to smile about. An average of 85, 89, a 136 checkout en route, and 4 from 11 on the doubles. It gives Sven Verdonk a victory to end his campaign and something to build upon going into tomorrow and Friday's action. Right, let's get some reflections on the balcony then. Glenn Durham is with Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, kind of flat finish for Robert Thornton, but he'll be back in Group B, and you'd still expect him on the performances that he's had overall to get through.
Yeah, definitely. Henry said to me that he'll definitely be there Saturday night, so that's good enough for me.
We'll see the table at the end, because I was chatting to Mike Warburton. It's remarkable. He didn't know he was through, and you can see why. Both players finishing on the same points, same leg difference. He got through on legs won by 1 leg.
Yeah, I thought it was a great interview, and I think I knew he didn't know with the shake of the hand at the end with Jeremy, but I thought all thought process was on that as he missed double after double. It was a really exciting time just in the comms box.
Yeah, it was strange to hear that he didn't know, because he took 15 darts to get the third leg he needed, so I thought he must have known.
I thought you might have heard your conversation here as the stand behind us there, but an intriguing game. It was, I really enjoyed that 20 minutes.
Well, he's earned that spot at finals night. We'll take a look at who is coming in and what groups of players below him are going into. So Chaz Barstow is going to join Jeremy Fagg and Robert Thornton in Group B with Rhys Robertson and Sam Cankett. And then Group C, you mentioned it in comms, Dom Taylor, John Desramo, Mal Cumming, Mark Bradley, Scott Walters and Sven Verdonk. Both groups look tough.
Yeah, Group C, I'll even stick my neck out and say Dom Taylor and Scott Walters. I'm a big fan of Scott Walters. I was a commentator on the session where he just went 180 after 180. Honestly, that Group B is so exciting. I can't wait for that one.
I don't want to end today's show without talking a little bit about Jeremy Fagg. He was a player you picked out to get through. He very nearly did. Yeah. Look, everyone's going to look at that match against Mike Warburton, but in truth, he lost his first match every day. Is that where it went wrong for him?
Yeah, I mean, that's when the points where you can scrutinise there. I still think the best player went through, but Jeremy Fagg is a real credit, a great find for the MODUS Super Series, an absolute credit to the ADC Oceanic region, and that's the reason why they're coming over after Raymond Smith, Mal coming this week. He was a credit.
You can see him again tomorrow. Mal coming back in action as well. 2 sessions, as always, on Thursday, 1 p.m, starting live exclusively on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, on Sporty Stuff TV from 3, and on both at 10 p.m. for Group B. But as far as Mike Warburton's concerned, well, he doesn't have to worry about that. He's through to finals night after winning Group A by literally 1 leg. Bye for now.